There we go.
Here we are! We're
Yes!
here!
Oh, hello!
Hello, everybody!
Hi, everybody.
How are you? How is everybody today on this wonderful Sunday?
How are we all doing? I'm not nervous at all. So, hello.
No, definitely not.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not. Oh, for some reason oh, because I think OBS Ninja does the balancing. Sorry. Hi, everybody. Hello, this is Sonomikan.
And this is
I don't know why
Maru
I'm pointing.
Cinco!
Yeah, and we're here to collab, yo. So hi. Just very quickly, I want to say hi to Camera Yokai, Mirroring Time, Sims Ever Was, Speed Freak, and Tiny Cryptid. Hello. Oh, they can't hear me. Oh no, they can't hear me.
Oh
Oh
no,
no.
did you unmute me and not you? Oh god.
Yep, I did that. That's what I did. So Maru has been silenced. So that we can also usurp the channel. No.
Oh no!
No,
I swear I'm not doing that anymore.
No, definitely not.
Oh, my sound.
Okay.
What do I have muted that is not making my sound alerts not work? I got them all set up again.
We're professionals, okay? We're professionals over here, so we're professionals. Which is why you're cropping under my table of figures, which I'm trying to correct the moment that I find the correct layer. Boop, there we go. We go. Covering up your model's modesty. By modesty, I mean the place where it crops.
See, it's funny because the sound alerts aren't working for you guys, but for me, they're way too loud. So that's a fun thing that I'm going to have to adjust at some point in the future. I switched what I use for my sound alerts, so now I have no idea how they work.
By the way, your model is coming in a bit choppy for me. I don't know if that's because it's balanced or...
Oh dear.
Or what it is.
Okay, let me see, where did I put that? Where did I put the thing that... Oh, it's on this one. Okay. I'll set it to maybe smooth and cool, even though that seems to lower my resolution. Oh,
that lowers the resolution. What did you have it set to before? Balanced or max res?
I had it set to balanced. Now I'll set it to max res, and does that also lowered the resolution as far as I can tell?
Yeah, I don't understand why. Because in mine it makes it go 1080p. So it's very strange.
Weird.
There's advanced video settings. Oh, that's just to set the resolution. Yeah, but that's just to set the resolution. Welcome to the Fortune Teller. Welcome to the Heroes of Hope. I think in the spirit of the collab, I'm going to read the subs and follows less this time. And incidentally, I just want to tell the lovely checksums in terms of redeems, hydrate and stretch and all that is good, but I don't want to interrupt the conversation by singing a verse from the first Gundam opening right now. So save those for next time.
Yes. Joe, thank you for going to follow Maru also. Joe's from my TikTok community. Came cool. For the collab today. Thank you for the sub. I am also going to do kind of... I will read redeems. If there's like a sub redeem, I may not read like follows or things, but subs or donations or something like that, I will... Does it actually do my emotes for you? Does it trigger those for you on your side?
Sorry, I made it disappear somehow for some reason. No, there you go. Your emotes?
Like my, do I have a bunch of hearts around me right now, or is that just on my
Yes,
side?
you had a bunch of hearts around you.
I have stuff set up to trigger, like, for follows and subs and stuff like that. So, if that is happening, then something has happened in my stream. But don't
no worries.
Mind it.
So I in the properties, I put custom frame rate and 30, which is, I know, the frame rate that you're being captured at. So that actually fixed your frame rate because I was having a lot of frame rate issues.
That's good. I don't know. You seem fine on my end. This is the first time either of us have done this, so...
Yeah, totally. I don't have a beef...
on the fly.
I don't have a beef PC. I have a beef PC from 5 years ago, but I do have beef internet. My internet is full of meat.
Nice.
There's a lot of
nice and
chunky sausages in there.
Delicious.
Oh, thanks for the sub, Joe the Fortune Teller. It plays. You can't see this. If you're looking at my stream, it plays a little GIF of Kamen Rider Hibiki because, it's a heroic thing to do.
He's huge.
So, everybody, this is Sono Mikan, and
hello. And
she's an ex-villain.
Maru is a hero currently.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I am currently a hero, and maybe at some point I'll even have like a working armor or something to show people. But yeah, I don't know. How should we proceed? We're basically winging this, everybody, because like we've just been chatting a lot, like
just been hanging out.
Just been hanging out.
Decided to do it where y'all could see us hang out.
Yeah, exactly. So we thought it would just be a good thing. Okay, I'll start us off. What are you drinking right now?
I'm drinking water. Usually on stream I drink tea, but I'm just drinking water today. I've got a big 40-ounce water bottle.
Oh wow, I don't know ounces, but I imagine that's a lot of water.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I don't know how to. Oh, it does have milliliters on here, but most of it has come off. More than 800.
Oh, that's like you probably have a liter in there.
Probably.
At least
something like that.
I am drinking a bottle of Pepsi Max Cherry, maximum taste, no sugar. Says right here, 100% recycled, made from other bottles. So, made in space. It says made in space on the bottle.
Made in space?
It's not actually made in space. I'm just interpreting.
It might be. I mean, you're up in space like half the time?
Yeah, I am basically in space. I'm in the Caledonia Space Colony, which is in the present. It's an observational. It's basically like a cultural observatory from the future. That is just like looking in. My lore doesn't make a lot of sense, and that's the way I like it. Good.
There are a lot of things that have been left unsaid, but you're from a space colony. I'm from the center of the Earth. We're basically
maybe we should interview each other. Maybe we should interview each other about where each other is from.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I know that you were. My understanding now. I wanted to actually look through all of your lore before this. I wanted to be very prepared because that's kind of the way that I do things normally. Except I didn't. I met Ramen instead. So I know your lore, but I know that you were spawned from a Manticore man, Lord, evil person.
A chimera from the center of the Earth.
A chimera.
He's just down there. He's still down there. We're trying to make sure he doesn't get out of there, but that'll probably happen by the end of the season.
And he spawned you, and he spawned the other generals who are all also have like a fruit kind of situation happening.
Yes. There is me. I am Sono Mikan. There is Emi Ringo and Nana Nana. And Emi Ringo is a griffin and Nana Nana is a jackalope. And I don't really like either of them.
Mikan means... Is Mikan orange?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
That's why it's on my head.
So your name means that orange?
It sure does. The joke is actually, I've had the nickname Sono long before I was a VTuber, but it comes from a very minor Cardcaptor Sakura character who I was briefly obsessed with in my childhood.
Tell me.
His name was Sonomi. It was Tomoyo's mother.
Oh, yes. Who has all the cool bodyguards.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Sonomi, the Mi transitions from Sono into Mikan. So Sonomi, Mikan. And all three of our names. Well, my name and Emi Ringo, and Daikimera all have names like that. Nana Nana is just banana a lot of times.
Banana! The best moment ever committed to film.
Yes.
We're
So
referencing
that was the
Dragon.
naming scheme for
Nice.
our villain, the villain group.
So,
There's very little
it's
lore
not-
for the hero team.
There's Nana. Does she have 7 bananas? Is that what it is?
There's a bunch of bananas attached to her. She's the one who
Gosh.
decides which monster goes out, and then Emmy Ringo's the one that makes them big. And I don't like either of them, especially not Emmy Ringo. She's a bitch.
Gosh. Did you ever hear about... Sorry, I'm an ADHD droid, and so this kind of happens. Have you ever heard about Ringo Starr's Japanese juice commercials?
I have not seen them, but I feel like that is definitely a thing I've been told about, and definitely need to look up at some point.
I've never watched them because I heard about them from before the time where you could actually watch things online like that. But so that everyone knows, the word Ringo means apple in Japanese, and in the 90s, I believe, they a Japanese fruit juice company hired Ringo Starr to do commercials for them, and in the first commercial, he just showed up going like, oh yeah, sure love this juice, and Japanese people didn't recognize him because he didn't look like he looked when he was more famous as part of the Beatles, because he was like 30 years older or whatever.
Yeah.
So basically, in the second commercial, they had to actually add he had to actually say something like, "I am Ringo Starr," and I think this is great.
Oh my god. They've got to be
Yeah.
on YouTube now.
I mean, they gotta be. I've never looked them up. I'm
Have
gonna
you
move my chat box a
seen?
bit.
I think they're for like a sit-up machine or something that Kogami from O's is in. Their commercials for like a
really?
sit-up machine. They're so funny. Like he's
That's a
not
funny
playing Kogami, but it's the actor, and he's definitely got the same vibe.
Oh god, that sounds good. That sounds good. Although, of course, oh, Tiny Cryptid says truly just the epitome of some guy with some juice.
Mood.
But yeah, no. Mr. Kogami is so funny. Of course, the pinnacle of Toku-related commercials is Sekata Sanshiro. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
that's the absolute pinnacle. But yeah, no, sorry. We're talking about your lore. Sorry, and then you said Ringo, and that sent me down the dark path of
Yes.
thinking about the Beatles.
Actually, one
which
more
is
thing
not
about
something I like.
Kogami's actor: if you tweet at him on your birthday, he will like wish you a happy birthday as Kogami. I've done it for like
That
3
is-
or 4 years now,
What?
and he does it for like everyone that tweets him on their
Oh my
birthday.
god. Oh my god. I will in March. I'm gonna ask you about this because I wanna know what to say to him.
Yeah, your birthday's also in
That's
March.
great. Yeah, my birthday is on the 15th of March.
Oh, mine is on the 9th.
Oh
Maybe-
wow, that's
Maybe
cool.
like in between those 2 dates, we'll have to do like a birthday collab.
Yes, we should definitely do a birthday bash of some variety.
Yes.
15th of March is not my non-VTuber birthday for security reasons, because it's kind of like, I mean, the way that I see it, it's kind of like, you know, those fantasy stories where it's like you shouldn't know a witch's true name kind of thing.
Oh yeah. No,
I don't want to give people.
Look, this is why I keep like all of my personal accounts separate. If y'all accidentally see me retweet something from my personal Twitter account, no, you fucking didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, but 15th of March is my birthday officially as Maru. So, yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah, we
hang
will
on, does that
definitely
mean,
have
are you a
to
Pisces?
I am a Pisces.
Nice. I am a
Yeah.
space Pisces.
Yeah. I mean,
It's the same as
Pisces is
Pisces,
a
different
constellation.
space.
So,
I mean, yes. I did think that through. Maybe I didn't. I just wrote it. I was writing my profile for a VTuber, and then I was like, oh, everyone is saying their zodiac sign is such and such. I'm just going to say my zodiac sign is space Pisces. I don't know. You just said space at the beginning, and it sounds like you're somewhat creative,
yes.
even when you definitely are not. Sorry. Anyway, yes. So now you are helping out a Sentai team. Is that correct?
Yes. I'd been spying on humans for a while. My job was basically to find human weaknesses that we could exploit, and then Nana would send a monster, and then if things got messy, Ringo would make it big, and that was kind of how the three of us worked. But after doing that for a while, I spent about a year spying as a VTuber. And then I realized I kind of like it here, and I kind of like humans. They're cute, and they have good food. So I quit. I quit doing that, which did not make my former coworkers happy. But I've been taken in by the team that was fighting us, and I help them now. Since my former coworkers are still operating on a lot of my intel, I generally can kind of point them toward, like, if a monster shows up, I'll generally know, like, what it's trying to accomplish, and can help them out. Yeah, Joe has mentioned there is a certain green human that I'm especially fond of, but, you know, that's neither here nor there.
I need to pop out your chat so I have it more available. There it is. There it is. There we go. I was gonna say, oh, what's the name of the Sentai team that you're allied with?
I've never actually asked them.
I'm just gonna hang out.
I mean, like, I don't go out when they're fighting because, you know, my coworkers, the guys I used to work with, they would go after me, so I don't go out, so I've never seen them do the roll call.
Oh, right.
So I don't actually know what they call themselves yet.
Oh, we got a villain convinced with food plus 20 points for Earth Delight, says
that stuff is delicious.
Hey, Kenta X Ken Ryu DTV, you have a very complicated name. That's one person. Kenta X Ken Ryu DTV. Down to violence.
Yes, hello.
That's what DTV means. But no, that's really cool. And you're also on TikTok, right? That's a frontier I have yet to conquer.
Yes, I talk a lot about my lore on TikTok. That's where most of my lore content is, actually. And then I answer questions. I've been talking a lot about Rider and stuff there. Lately, you know, people have been asking me questions. We've been talking a lot about Kamen Rider Revice lately.
Oh.
So yeah, I talk a lot about that kind of my lore, my opinions on various tokusatsu, all that kind of stuff I talk about on TikTok. I highly recommend it. It's a very fun platform.
Yeah, it's I've seen some of your TikToks. I don't always love TikTok. There's some aspects of the platform that grate on me.
Oh yeah.
But I definitely kind of want to be on it more.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's aspects of every platform that grate on me, but I really like the short form aspect of TikTok. So it's definitely worth giving a shot to see if you like it.
Yeah, I definitely should. I've been trying to figure out ways of conveying my lore, because I wrote a bunch of lore for my debut, which I enjoyed doing because I'm a writer by trade partly, but I kind of want to talk about it a bit more. Yeah. We have a question from Kenta. Have you both watched Superhero Senki yet? Is that the new one?
Yes.
Is that the one that just came
I
out?
have not yet seen it.
No.
Because I've been... I actually, like, dropped Zenkaiger for... after, like, episode 10. I have caught up with it recently, so I am just... I've watched up to 41 currently, but I...
Oh, wow.
I did not like their 6th, and I could not deal with that week to week. So
that's
the
dude that is and isn't Gokaiger.
Yeah, I still don't like him, honestly.
Fair. Hey, Santivity. Yeah, same as it ever was, is a big fan of Stacy and says that it's the Stacy show.
Yeah. Oh, Stacy, I love Stacy. Stacy is really the only engaging part of that show for me at this point.
I love Stacy's costume, because the way that I've described it is what if a how can I describe this? It's basically like, what if you grabbed a suit from Jacka, made it a modern Kamen Rider suit, and then gave it Kamen Rider Hibiki's color scheme?
Yeah,
That's good. Good aesthetic.
I basically everything they've done for Stacy, I really do love. Stacy's mom. Okay, honestly, yes. Though. Joe has asked, "Do I think Stacy's mom is hot?" And honestly, like, she is though. In the one episode where we saw her, they hired a very pretty lady to play her. That's not my. It's not my fault that I'm really gay.
Sentai, I've turned up Mikan's volume. Hopefully that will be better now. Let me know. What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah, Mirror in Time is saying Stacy's mom is actually really hot.
Yeah, she is. I mean, also so is Kaito's, but like, look, Marie Kai. I loved her as Chiyoko, and I love her every other time I see her.
Yeah, so here's the bit where I confess. I confess a small, tiny amount of posery on my part. So here it is. I'm very bad at keeping current with stuff. Like, 2021 was the first year in many, many years that I actually watched any anime as it was airing, and I watched 2. Oh yeah. Oh, Mirror in Time was actually referencing the song. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sentai, let us know what you think of Mika's audio, by the way. And Sentai saying that they were gonna make their lore into a comic, which is what I want to do as well. But making art takes forever. So
yeah, I actually I had wanted to make my lore into like a little visual novel.
Oh.
Why does your quality keep dropping?
Yeah, yours keep dropping as well. Maybe it's because I have mine set to balanced. I think when it's set to balanced, it automatically does it. So maybe if we set to max res, I wonder if max res will change it.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me see if that will. Even though that like, for some. Okay, now that is making mine 1920 by 1080. Okay.
Yeah, but you look really you look super pixelated for some reason. Oh, it's because I need to change your resolution manually. We're professionals, everybody. Okay, we're professionals.
It's true.
Let's see if this. You disappeared. Oh, no, there you are.
You have also disappeared, but you should be. Oh, you're back.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Back, but
there you are. You're back.
Huge. I have to. Made your size very strange. I'm gonna fix it though. It's gonna be okay.
Enable browser source hardware acceleration on advanced settings. Okay. Ada?
There we go.
Apparently, I can enable in advanced settings.
Advanced settings. What?
Browser source browser source hardware acceleration. Try saying that 5 times quickly. I don't know where that is. Enable browser source. I'm trying to find that option to see, because that might be it. Okay.
Yeah, I do not know. You look fine now, though.
Yes.
Turn off those filters now.
Advanced sources. Oh yeah, I do have it turned on. So. Yeah, you look a bit blurrier now, though. It's the only thing. Weirdly, I think your resolution might be lesser.
Why does it do this to me?
Yeah, I know. It's strange. It's kind of really weird. Like now your frame rate is a bit more consistent.
Now it's saying that it's 640 by 480 again. You know, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it.
Yeah, smooth and cool. Yeah. censored.
Yeah, I've been
Sorry.
redacted.
Yeah, I don't know what the redacted is about, but because I missed that bit. But no, what I was gonna say is that I'm very bad at keeping up with shows. Oh,
I
sorry.
I have not watched a currently airing anime since 2019. The only reason that I am able to keep up with Tokusatsu is because I do like a bi-weekly podcast. So I like
Oh
have
yeah, yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And I have a friend that I watch stuff with every week, so that kind of keeps me up to current. But like with Zenkaiger, like we hit their 6th, and I was just like, I can't do this.
I'm tapping out.
Can't. I'm not gonna do it.
No.
So I'm catching up now that it's finishing up, and it's fine. A lot of people seem to really like it. I think it's just not for me. I liked it a lot in the beginning. I just really do not like their 6th. But not every show's for everyone. It's fine.
I mean, that's fair. Like, I feel like a lot of the times, like, the 6th Ranger can be like a really good opportunity to like switch up the dynamic or introduce an interesting element. And I feel a lot of shows do that really well. I feel Gokaiger does it really well. I feel Shinkenger did it really well. I love my sushi man from Shinkenger. Don't ask me to remember his name. I am not good with names. But the Gold Ranger, the Gold Shinken Gold, with his fish sword.
A lot of the past Gokaiger have kind of fumbled their 6th.
Oh, really?
Not all of them. Not all of them. Tokuger was great. Zyuohger's was good. Lupot did really well, but like on the whole, not all of them have been amazing with their 6th Ranger. But that era of like Deca Ranger to Gokaiger, just except for Go-Onger. I actually almost dropped Go-Onger because I didn't like the Go-On Wings, but the rest of them did really well with their 6ths.
Yeah, this is the thing in so I'm gonna say I'm not generally a Power Rangers fan, and I want to watch Go-Onger because a friend of mine watched it and said it was really funny. I did watch RPM, and the weakest part of RPM are their equivalent of the Go-On Wings. It's kind of the weakest part.
The Go-On Wings are kind of the weakest part of Go-Onger. Their problem in Go-Onger is very Car Ranger-esque in tone. It is very high energy, high goofiness. And have you watched Kabuto? Have you watched Kabuto?
No. I'll tell you a bit more about my poster in a second, but yeah, go on.
Well, Go-On Gold is played by the same actor as Kickhopper in Kamen Rider Kabuto, and brings about the same tone to Go-Onger. The Go-On Wings just have a huge tonal problem in which they are just way too serious for that show when it is their like story arc. They're like in their whole introduction arc, and it's very bizarre the way that's handled.
Oh, that's kind of the. Have you seen our Power Rangers RPM? Because it's kind of the opposite in RPM.
No, I mean I know a little about RPM, but I haven't actually like seen it.
I have a good time with RPM. RPM basically it's like, I mean, we make fun of Power Rangers for taking Sentai too seriously these days, but what they did with RPM was great because they were like, oh, it's the final season of Power Rangers ever. That's what they thought at the time. So they made it be this like kind of sad post-apocalyptic world where like 90% of humanity has been killed by like a machine empire, and everyone is living in this like domed city that is guarded by the Rangers. And there's a lot of goofy stuff in there. Their mentor character is really goofy, Dr. K, and the main characters, some of them are really goofy, some of them are really angsty. It's a really good combination. It's really influenced by the 2004 Battlestar Galactica reboot, weirdly. And but so it never loses the goofiness, but the Gold and Silver Rangers are these like twins called Gem and Gemma, who who basically act like little children and are always completing each other's sentences, and they are kind of
weird.
Annoying. Yeah, they're kind of annoying. They have a good backstory and they have an interesting, contribution to the team, but overall they're kind of annoying. it's kind of one of those reminders of, oh, Rangers can sometimes be kind of bad.
Agreed.
I'm just gonna address a couple of things. Fairy Blue, welcome, and Sam Silver was saying that Kabuto is the most show, and Speed
It
Freak is also
truly
saying that
is.
Kabuto is deep frying their brain.
That's fair, because once you hit the Dark Kitchen arc, Kabuto turns into a bit of a wild ride, because their lead actress got sick and couldn't be part of the production for a while, which very much threw off their plans for the show.
Dark. Did you say Dark Kitchen arc?
Yes.
Um.
It is as bizarre as it sounds.
What happened? What happens in that show? God.
Like I said, their plans for the show were thrown off because their lead actress got sick, and they had to wing it. And there is a very goofy arc in like the early to mid 30s. The thing about Kabuto himself is like a chef. He cooks. That is a whole thing in the show. And there's just this like weird world-ending stakes cooking competition in just the middle of the show for like no reason because they didn't know what to do.
I love that. Now I want to watch it. I never knew about this. The Dark Kitchen. Everyone is just like, the Dark Kitchen. Everyone is losing it in my chat. Kabuto is a food show.
the Dark Kitchen arc is buck wild, and I love it.
Wow.
But yeah, the Go-On Wings, just, they're these, like, most of the Go-Oners, all of the Go-Oners, they live in a bus. They just live in a bus and drive around. I don't know, technically some of them had jobs, like, Go-On Black was a police officer, and goes back to being a police officer, but I don't know, like, why he was able to just step away and live in a bus for a year. But the Go-On Wings are just these weird rich kids that show up and act like they're better than everyone.
Oh, right. Oh, that kind of Sixth Ranger.
Yeah. And it's just, like, the show treats them like, oh yeah, they're just more hyper-competent, they're super skilled, and these guys are idiots. Which, like, they are. That's fair, but it was working for them before. And then these two show up and suddenly, like, it's all problems all the time.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, like, Red is a race car driver, Green had part-time jobs.
In RPM, Red is a former aircraft pilot whose brother died. This is what I'm saying, that it's like Battlestar Galactica influence. Basically, he's literally like, oh god, not Starbuck, the guy, what's his name? Apollo. He's like, he's Apollo, and his dad is like Commander Adama. Like when like the older brother died and was also a pilot, kind of thing. And there's like a strained relationship with the dad, who is also the general kind of military, no bullshit kind of commander. Also, the Red Ranger in Power Rangers RPM is played by Ika Darville, who is now a big star and was in Jessica Jones.
Oh.
Yeah, he was like the Jessica's neighbor. Who, like, he was one of the main characters in Jessica Jones, and now he's gone on to other things, I'm pretty sure. I wanted to tell you a bit about my posery, because I need to explain a bit. So, I have watched a lot of tokusatsu, but in the last few years I've not watched as much, and I always find it hard to keep up with shows unless I am watching them with somebody or talking about them with somebody. Now I do have people to talk about tokusatsu with, but there's a lot of toku, and I have a lot of shows that I've not finished because of the whole ADH droid situation. So sadly, like, the last time that I was keeping up with shows was around the first like third of Ryu Soldier and the first like 6 or 7 episodes of like 01. That was kind of like the last. I also didn't hop onto Saber because I'm gonna be honest, I do not like the suits in Saber for the most part.
That's fair. I like Saber, but Saber's like a good junk food show if you just want something to like vibe to. Saber is a show that's carried entirely by its character dynamics. Like, the story is kind of weak. I'm not super into the suits for the main three. I like the B team, like their suits, but I can understand not liking the suits for the main three. I get it. But like if you just want a good character junk food show, Saber's fine. Zero One and Ryu Soldier I highly recommend. Like if you want something really good to go back to, like those are A+.
Oh yeah, no, I was having a great time with those shows. It's just that I'll explain the solution in a second. I just want to address what Captain Hurricane is saying in our chat. Captain Hurricane is saying, "Ask Maru what the Blue Ranger in RPM."
I do know what his thing is.
I'm Scottish.
That was actually a joke. In one of my D&D campaigns, I play a Scottish tabaxi, and I wanted to do, you know, those little animatics on YouTube. I wanted to do one set to that audio that was the party where it's like, you know, this one's the leader, this is the angsty one, this is the girl, and what are you? I'm Scottish, because that was entirely our party.
I love torturing my Scottish friends by showing them clips of that character because the actor is obviously from New Zealand and the accent is pretty extreme.
Yes. Hello, Choo Choo.
Hey, Virgo Mega.
And Virgo Omega.
But yeah, I can speak with a Scottish accent, but it's a very specific Scottish accent, and also it's not my native accent. It's just something that I have this thing, right? So I've lived all over the place, and so my English accent, because my English is not my first language, my English accent changes depending on where I am. You know, I lived in Ireland for a long time, so my accent goes very Dublin if I hang out with my Dublin friends. And then sometimes if I'm hanging out with my friends from Scotland, it will kind of happen. Oh, Santa Vidi, thank you for gifting the sub. The sub was gifted to Stream Elements? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The sub was gifted to Stream Elements? Oh, wait. They've given 8 gift subs to the channel. Oh. I don't really understand how it works.
Oh, I think that's over the course of the time they've been gifting subs to your channel.
Oh, right.
They've done a total of 8.
Oh my god. I didn't know that could happen.
Elements.
Oh my god, hang on a second. I'm trying to see how to solve this. It apparently happens a lot. I'm really sorry. Thank you so much for the gift sub, Sentai VT. Gosh.
Yeah.
There should be a way to stop that.
Yeah. Like the way to like not give it to the bots in the channel.
Yeah. Gosh. I'm really sorry about that, Sentai VT, but thank you so much for the gift sub. I really appreciate it. No, what was I talking about? God.
Accents.
We're talking about. Oh, accents. Yeah. So, there's some Scottish accents I can't do, but a Scottish accent, a Glasgow accent, I can do it alright. That's fit. That was my Glasgow accent.
Like my Scottish accent is very, very bad. It's like an actor Scottish accent. It's probably very similar to the one in RPM because I am American. I don't know if it's the part of America that I live in is obvious by the way I talk.
I wouldn't be able to tell. I know some accents from the United States, but I don't know. I don't know all of them. So
yeah, like I've never like had anyone be able to tell, or like specifically say, like if I go somewhere out of state and say something, they're like, "Oh, you're from this area." I'm very obviously not from like Boston or something, but
you should know when Americans tell me, "Oh, my accent is very obvious where it's from," and I can't recognize it at all. I'm like, Midwest, right?
No, I am apparently the way I say water,
right,
is the giveaway, but I I don't hear a difference between the way I say water and the way like anyone else in the U.S. says water. Yeah.
Water. Here we would say water.
Yeah, water. Water.
Water or council juice.
Water. Water.
Or council juice. because here people call people from Glasgow call any drink that is not water and it's not alcohol is a juice. And so like a soft drink would be a fizzy juice.
Okay.
Which is funny. Like when you say, "Oh, I'm gonna get a juice," usually you mainly mean you're gonna get like some sort of soft drink. And then there's the joke that water is council juice because it's juice from the city council. Like tap water. People in England. Sorry, I'm just reading. Saying people in England be like, "What a boo! What a bottle?" I can't read the other bit. I can't really do. I don't really. Oh, water bottle. That's what it is. Water bottle. Water bottle. There's a lot of glottal stops in there. Glottal stops. Glottal stops. I love glottal stops. You do them with your glot. I don't know. Oh god. But I Glasgow accent is something I can do, but it's not something I dare say Maru because it's also not like my normal accent, so I don't want to do it in a natural way.
Yeah.
So.
No, I do two accents for D&D. One is Scottish, and the other is kind of not quite Russian. It's not quite Russian, but it's close.
Comrade, it's a very Russian accent. Yes.
It's more
That was terrible. That was terrible of me.
What is Aura's accent? She's very Hey, it is business. It is business.
I do I love doing the Sicilian American mafioso accent. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
It's not.
Tony, what you doing?
It's nothing personal. It's business.
The song of my people.
I actually can speak Italian, so I can get to do this.
I want to learn Italian. I'm trying to actually right now like get back, relearn Japanese. But my grammar is so bad.
Oh, そのみかん先輩は日本語話せますか？
ちょっと話せます。Stumbled over there. ちょっと話せます。
I called you senpai and you didn't address it.
I didn't know. I did notice though.
It's okay. It's okay. You are senpai though.
Noticed.
Senpai has noticed me. Yeah, my Japanese is super basic. My pronunciation is pretty good because my native language, Spanish, is somewhat conducive to Japanese pronunciation. Also because I've been practicing for a very long time. However, it's very basic. Like it's a lot of super basic phrases.
Yeah, I was bordering on intermediate for a little bit because I was studying it like I was taking like classes for about 2 years up until like 2019, and then I like stopped studying for a year because 2020 happened and I forgot everything.
Oh. I did classes when I was like in high school, not in my school, of course, but outside of it. And then the rest of it has just been pure force of like picking up bits and bobs, doing a bit of Duolingo here and there, and then just totally bits and bobs. But and then just trying to pay attention when I watch stuff. But it's definitely still
my listening comprehension is okay, but my speaking, my pronunciation is fine. I just can't. I can barely form a sentence in my head in English. So. But Maru,
I was trying to form a sentence in Japanese.
I want to hear about.
Yes,
I know I was at your debut, so I know your lore somewhat. But
cool.
I know that you from a space colony. There's some stuff with your sister.
Yes. So okay, so here it is. Basically, I am from the future. I'm from the year 23 XDX. That's about roughly 300 years in the future. And I'm an android. I was created alongside my sister, Subete Cinco. We are the fifth masterpiece creations of our mother, Professor B, and our father, Dr. C. Our mother, Professor B, is a human robot scientist, the foremost authority in robot science in the future. And you might be wondering what happened to the first four masterpiece Android projects. Well, the first three exploded within 24 hours of going online, and the fourth one disappeared, and no one knows what happened.
Oh goodness.
That is an extremely side note. That is a Babylon 5 reference. Moving on. Anyway, so what happened is we were our parents wanted us to be like artists and researchers and stuff, and we got really into tokusatsu and into like 80s anime and stuff, because in the future a lot of present day culture has not survived until the future. A lot of the stuff that is from before the digital era did survive. So we grew up on all that 80s stuff. And then what ended up happening is that my sister, when we became adults, because we kind of grew like normal, like a human would, because we're made really, we're made in a really kind of realistic way, sort of, so to speak. Basically, the main things that distinguish us from normal humans are our superpowers. But anyway, so when we became adults, I wanted to become an idol, and so I essentially took just like any job that I could get, because I was a bit of a punk. And my sister became a researcher and became an archivist, and she realized that a lot of video game history had not been archived properly. And so we lost basically a lot of video game history. So eventually, sadly, this got too much. I think also because we were living together, and that was a bit stressful. This got too much. She had she lost her patience with the whole thing, and decided that humanity did not deserve video games because humans had not preserved them properly. She stole a time machine. I battled her. We are both equipped with nanoplate combat suits. And so we did battle with our laser swords. And eventually she tricked me and stole the time machine, and so I pursued her. We arrived in present day, and then we accidentally fell into a time vortex 300 years in the past, and so basically we spent a little time in the present, and then we fell 300 years in the past, and then we lived through 300 years of human history, and we're back in the present now, essentially. So she became an evil villain called the future thief Nighthair, and I became the superhero that you see down here. Hang on, I'm going to bring Cursor-chan so I can point out. Where's Cursor-chan? There's Cursor-chan. Oh yeah, people in your stream will not be able to see this, but and then it became Mirai Senshi Kibonder, which is this illustration done by our own Speed Freak, who is one of the checksums, who's in the chat. And yeah, I became Future Warrior Kibonder. And I have a laser sword. I don't have any cool vehicles because I'm too broke to afford them. So I have a bicycle. And yeah, that's why I have goggles, because the goggles are like aspirational. Because one day, just like Space Sheriff Gavin, I will have a motorcycle, but I don't yet. So, and that's basically the lore. My sister is trying to change video game history. She also has a metal armor like mine. Oh, also she's kind of like a robot bunny girl. She looks a bit like me, except she dresses kind of less like a street punk and has long hair and big bunny ears. And also her hair color is different. But anyway, yeah, and she's the Nighthair because she's a bunny girl and she's evil. Get it? I was very proud of that pun when I came up with it. And yeah, basically that's most of the lore. When I arrived in the present, I enrolled in Robot University because I basically need to find a good job so that I can sustain myself. Because did you know we didn't know that you had money in the present. We thought that was just something from TV.
Yeah, no. Money was a thing that I had to learn about. I'm kind of the opposite because we're ancient. We were created in the center of the earth. We've always been down there. So I didn't know about money either when I got up here. And humans get real particular about money. Like
they really do.
Like, I just wanted some food. Well, one, they didn't want to give me food because I've got a big scorpion tail, and they were kind of freaked out by that, which, I don't know, whatever. But, like, some of them were like, yo, you gotta pay for that. And I'm like, what does that mean? What?
Yeah, when I landed in the present, like, the first thing that happened was I went to, I met somebody, because I was working at a comic book shop, and I met the owner of the comic book shop. And we were at a cafe, and I almost walked out without paying, and she saved me because I didn't have any money, and I didn't know how things worked. And there's only so far that this cute face can get you, know.
Yeah,
so yeah, that's kind of part of my lore. I have like a lot of like my lore kind of written in my head. Like I also written like scripts for a lot of comics that I want to make but also that's kind of gonna wait because there's a couple of friends of mine that are gonna hopefully debut this year. And I'm gonna lore-wise move in with them, and yeah, and there'll be more lore eventually down the line. I need to start writing more.
I have some lore in the pipeline. Hopefully in March I will have a big lore update. There's been some weird stuff going on, because usually, here's a little lore tidbit that I think I mentioned on TikTok. It used to be, I used to get power, I would go back to the center of the earth, I would get power from Daichimera, kind of photosynthesis-y, into the orange, and that's how I would have enough power to disguise myself. Tony, thank you for 8 months. This is a little bit like Superhero Tyson. It's like it's a little more like Q Ranger versus Space Squad, except instead of the Q Rangers, it's just Madako. Except not evil. But yeah, so like he used to like. He'd give us power through the fruits, kind of photosynthesis-y, and that's how I could disguise myself, or, go full kaiju form, or whatever. Obviously, I kind of pushed all of my power out to break my disguise when I quit. And I've definitely been regaining energy. Not from the center of the earth. I guess from the sun when I go outside. But I'm not sure, like, where it's going. Because I can't use a lot of my disguise abilities still. But I definitely can tell I'm taking in energy. But I don't know where it's going. I don't know what's going on with that. But hopefully by March, we can all find out.
That's exciting. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I kind of need to take a brief idle break. I'm not gonna put things in the waiting screen or anything, but I'm gonna put this sign on.
Okay.
Sorry, I just need to take a brief idle break.
Okay. I will be back. I'm gonna put my BRB screen up because that everyone can watch some TikToks.
Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. Oh, that's neat. They can watch your TikToks on your BRB screen?
Yeah, I need to actually update it.
I'm gonna let God fix it.
I haven't
because if I fix it, I'm going to jail.
Oh, that's neat.
You looking for some adult content? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm as spicy as milk, boy!
If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you eat an animal? Well, it is bold of you to assume that I wouldn't eat a person.
Sometimes I genuinely feel like if I don't get praise, I will die.
Well, it's really good that you can recognize that.
It's really good. I did really good.
Did you just flirt with me? Have been for the past year. But thanks for noticing.
I put the fires out. You made them worse. Worse? Or better?
Good morning. Remember, if your community doesn't have a local urban legend, then you have a new job opportunity.
Hey, bitch, you want some spaghetti?
I'm gonna let God fix it. Because if I fix it, I'm going to jail.
You looking for some adult content? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm as spicy as milk, boy!
If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you eat an animal? Well, it is bold of you to assume that I wouldn't eat a person.
Sometimes I genuinely feel like if I don't get praise, I will die.
Well, it's really good that you can recognize that.
It's really good. I did really good.
Did you just flirt with me? Have been for the past year. But thanks for noticing.
I put the fires out. You made them worse. Worse? Or better?
Good morning. Remember, if your community doesn't have a local urban legend, then you have a new job opportunity.
Hey, bitch, you want some spaghetti?
I'm gonna let God fix it. Because if I fix it, I'm going to jail.
You looking for some adult content? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm as spicy as milk, boy!
If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you eat an animal? Well, it is bold of you to assume that I wouldn't eat a person.
Sometimes I genuinely feel like if I don't get praise, I will die.
Well, it's really good that you can recognize that.
It's really good. I did really good.
Did you just flirt with me? Have been for the past year. But thanks for noticing.
I put the fires out. You made them worse. Worse? Or better?
Good morning. Remember, if your community doesn't have a local urban legend, then you have...
There we are. Hello again.
Hello. We've returned.
Yes. God, where's my other flip? I have flip-flops here. Anyway, never mind. Oh gosh. Anyway, hi, hello, sorry. Yeah, just had to take an idle break. Welcome back, says Virgo Omega. Hello. So, oh, I also Kenta says that my lore reminds a bit of Kamen Rider Black. Yeah, Kamen Rider Black is an influence of my lore.
I need to
What
watch
is those-
Black. I really need to watch
What
Black.
is God? Oh, I wanted to finish like. I keep sidetracking myself. I was gonna say like the whole thing about me being a poser. I'm not a poser. I've watched a lot of Toku, but the thing with it is that I used to have a housemate that Oh, thank you for the follow, Roger V1032. I used to have a housemate with whom I watched Tokusatsu. I got her into Tokusatsu actually, and she loves Toku still, but she, for several complicated personal reasons, she could not watch it anymore. And but when she was watching it, I got her into it. She got her brother into it, and so at one point in time, I was watching shows on my own. Some I was watching with my housemate, and some I was watching with my husband and her brother. Like all of us together, for example, we would watch Geo and Reef Soldier. And with my housemate, I ended up watching Double O's, Force, the Holy Trinity.
Yes, absolutely.
They're really good. I didn't watch them in order. I should have watched them in order. I watched Force, Double O's. I should have watched them in the correct order.
I watched Double. Double was my first rider, and then this was right before Forze started airing, so I watched O's and Forze kind of alongside each other.
Oh, cool. I'll tell you a bit more about my journey with it in a sec. But yeah, I had introduced both her and her brother with Gaim, which I hadn't seen, but I wanted to watch it because I had seen Madoka Magica, and so I was like, oh, Gin Urabochi, that could be interesting. And then yeah, with them I watched all those shows. I watched all of Jetman with my housemate, which we liked for the most part. We weren't fans of the ending. The ending, as people that like to write our own stories, broke our brains because we feel it was really badly written. And then what else did we watch? Gosh, we watched a lot of stuff. We watched, yeah, then just a bunch of shows that we didn't finish, like Real Soldier and Build and stuff like that. But yeah, and then her brother actually got really into Showa, and he made it part of his routine that every day after work he would watch like 2 or 3 episodes of like a Showa writer, and he got through like original, B3, X, and Amazon. Yeah, it was impressive.
I used to, during part of my disguise phase, my pre-VTuber disguise phase, I had a desk job that I was at for 8 hours a day, but I only had about 2 to 3 hours of work, depending on the day. And because I would do my work very quickly and very well, my bosses didn't care what I did with the rest of my day. So I would then watch, 5 to 6 hours of tokusatsu at my desk a day for about 5 years. So I got through the vast majority of Heisei Rider and Sentai in that period. Plus Amazon. Amazon is great. Love it. So I've seen a lot, and I've basically kept up weekly since then. The only shows from 2000 forward that I have not completed are Gaim, Ninja, and Zio. Are the only three that I haven't finished. Genner Buchi's writing is not for me. I tried with Gaim, I got about halfway through it, but I'm just... His writing is not for me.
That's fair.
So
I really enjoy a lot of Gaim, but it has a lot of problems.
Yeah, but if you like Madoka and you like that, he picked up a lot of that from Kamen Rider Ryuki.
Definitely.
Yeah, he admittedly straight lifted a lot of Ryuki for Madoka.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't finish Zio because me and Zio have a complicated relationship. And I actually, the last week that Zio was on the air, I was actually, the last episode of Zio and the first episode of 01, I was actually on vacation in Tokyo. So I ended up not watching the last couple of episodes because I was in the middle of preparing for that trip. But I did watch the first episode of 01 on TV as it aired the day before I left, which was very cool. 01 holds a lot of special places in my heart. Ninja was also an issue with the 6th. Not so much the character himself, but the fandom was really weird that year when Ninja was coming out. This is also why I don't watch a lot of, I don't look at a lot of leaked stuff or, the press conferences or anything before a show starts airing anymore. Specifically because of this. Ninja was not well received before it started airing. And we got, the suit for their 6th had leaked. Even before the show had started airing, because I think he shows up in, around episode, 10. And everyone was like, this show's going to be terrible, but haha, man with funny burger phone. And that was, the entire tone of at least the parts of the fandom that I was in around that time. And just once he showed up in the show, I just was so bothered by the way people had been acting that I'm like, I will come back to Ninja another day, and have yet to come back to it.
Yeah, I think I watched one episode of Ninja because they had a crossover with Jiraiya. With the two Jiraiyas, with Jiraiya from Kaku Ranger and Jiraiya the Metal Hero.
Okay, I know they did bring in a lot of previous Sentai stuff, because I think they also had a crossover with Maji Ranger.
Maybe. I just watched I just heard, I just the moment that a Metal Hero comes into anything, I pay attention.
Fair. That's fair. I want to watch more Metal Hero stuff. I've not seen a whole lot.
The problem. So the thing with me with Toku is that obviously a lot of Toku is very episodic. If it's especially older stuff. My thing with Sentai is that obviously for a lot of Toku, we're not the target audience, and but for Sentai I think that's especially true. I feel Kamen Rider is a much more of a cross-demographic thing, and it's a bigger kind of show, and they thread that needle really well, whereas Sentai is much more of a kids show. And one thing that I've noticed, also from having watched a lot of Japanese programming for little kids, mainly the Transformers anime shows, they have a very different tone, a very different kind of style, and that can be like hit or miss for me. But like Shinkenger, I love it. Gokaiger, I love it.
That's
You know?
that era, the like 2000s era Sentai is basically kind of what I consider the gold standard. Like that stuff is like top tier Sentai to me. I think a lot of the problem with Sentai in the 2010s, because I have a lot of thoughts on this, I've thought about this far too much, is that Toei really boxed themselves in with what they thought Sentai was supposed to be. So it was a lot of these same beats over and over and over, pretty much until you hit Zyuohger, and Zyuohger was kind of... And I love Zyuohger, I do, but narrative-wise, it was kind of the worst of it, where the villains felt so generic and untied to, like, the themes of the show. Like, they just felt like Sentai villains without any ties to the narrative that Zyuohger was trying to make. And it really dragged that show down. And I appreciate that after that they did, like, Q Ranger and Lupin Ranger versus Pot Ranger, which were these really kind of ambitious experiments in what Sentai could be. Neither of them kind of succeeded, I think, because they were both a little too ambitious. Lupot specifically is very much this Lupin the Third. It's very much a Lupin the Third story. But the problem is they didn't quite... Because it's a kids show, and because Sentai is very much will not break that kids show mold the way that Rider will, or even the way that Ultraman will, they couldn't... Because the Lupin Rangers were still technically heroes, they couldn't have them commit actual crimes.
Oh.
So it made it very strange that the Pot Rangers wanted to arrest them. Because they were just like, they're thieves. But I'm like, I think even the children realized they haven't stolen anything. They haven't committed any crimes. So it didn't paint the Pot Rangers in the best light. It made them very confusing characters as part of the story. Even though as individual characters, I think they're actually better written than the Lupin Rangers. But as like a hero team, it didn't make sense the way that they wanted to fight and arrest the Lupin Rangers, who have committed no crimes because they're also heroes. To the point that they each get, like, you know, the Sentai upgrade that every Sentai team gets. Usually for the red, and in this it was for the red, though I think they can pass them around. Lupin Red gets the upgrade. And it's got the Lupin Ranger logo on it. There is an equivalent one that has the Pot Ranger logo on it. Now, their sixth he plays for both teams. So he can either be a Pot Ranger or he can be a Lupin Ranger. They give the Pot Ranger upgrade to the 6th Ranger's Lupin Ranger form.
Oh.
That is how badly the Pot Rangers were received.
Wow. Sorry, I'm eating a biscuit while listening to you talk
That's
about
okay.
this.
I've talked about this on stream several times. My audience is very familiar with this. But I appreciate it as they tried something very ambitious to break that monotony of what Sentai had become. And I think Ryu Soldier and then Kira Major really decided, okay, we're gonna step back to basics of what Sentai is, but play with it with these new kind of ambitious storytelling narratives that we have been given. Like, Ryu Soldier is a little more story-driven. Ryu Soldier has, kind of, like, 2000 Sentai has a lot of that kind of Rider-level tragedy that you can get, where, you know, it's still very fun, very lighthearted, but, you know, Geki Ranger, the fact that Geki Ranger and Den-O ended around the same time, I feel like is something we can never forgive Toei for. Where,
Yeah,
you know, Ryusoulger is willing to kick you when you're down in that same way.
Oh, yeah, I watched like I think the first 10 or so episodes of Ryusoulger, and I had a Den-O never ended, says Street Freak over in my chat.
Den-O never has and never will end.
No, it's a time tripping ride.
It's too much money.
Too much money. But no, that Ryusoulger, I enjoyed it. I loved it when the first episode of Ryusoulger, we watched it with my friends. And you have that beautiful shot of them. What's it called? The T-Rex mech that turns into a humanoid robot, and there's like a beautiful shot from below of it like jumping over like a highway.
Yeah.
And I was like, my friends had not watched much Sentai at all, really. And when I showed them that, I was like, that's a statement of intent, because I have to show you what the previous Sentai mechs look like, and they're all just these like bricks that can barely move. And the fact that they had like one that could just like do like a leap, was like they were like,
they've really stepped that up. A lot of one thing with Zenkaiger is they will go full CGI with some robot fights instead of them being suits, which is a little weird. It's some of their upgrade robots they do that with, and it's a little disorienting when they like then cut inside the cockpit and it's actual like live shot footage. Excuse me.
For some reason I'm being reminded of Akiba Ranger, says Roger V.
Akiba.
I've seen like the first episode or so of it. It's a good time.
Akiba Ranger is very good. Season 1 is better than Season 2, but they're both very good.
Yeah, it's really, I appreciated how dumb it was.
Yeah, it's just this love letter to like enjoying Sentai, and even as an adult kind of never letting go of that, childlike fun of Sentai.
Yeah, that really, while also having like a villain that is like a Sentai, a dominatrix.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is at the time, because that was very much around the end of that era, the 2000s era. A lot. I don't know how many times this happened, but I know it happened more than once. That Sentai that Toei would hire like former AV actresses to be the villainess. Go-Onger, it happened in Go-Onger, even though she's one of my favorites, and now she does a lot of she's on a lot of like variety shows now. Just because I like her actress, since Go-Onger, so I follow her on Twitter. She does a lot of. It is Sentai's version of the Odagiri effect, Thunderbird. It is. Sentai also uses the Odagiri effect in their teams, but with their villains, that was when they had face-acted female villains. That was kind of the thing on and off.
Roger V saying the villain was actually a dominatrix.
She was. That was the joke.
I mean, but also I would recommend looking at the villains from have a look at the villains from Die Ranger.
Yeah, oh my god.
They're also all in like
they're
just like
fetish
wear. They're just it's like it's not even subtle.
Yeah.
One of them has like an O-ring as an eye patch.
Yeah, it's Die Ranger is very strange with its villains. I do not understand. I love Die Ranger, but I don't understand what the plan was there.
I don't know. I feel a lot of earlier Sentai has a lot of strangeness in it that is like modern Sentai in a way. It's kind of much more kind of modern Toku. It's much more kind of like it has like a visual language and a visual identity. And I feel like earlier Toku was kind of a bit more kind of winging it. It was there was kind of a lot more just like, I don't know, let's try this. Like in Jetman, there's an episode where it's a whodunit in a bus. It's a whodunit, and it's also, not only is it a whodunit in a bus, it's a whodunit in the style of a proper, even though it has a supernatural element, it's a whodunit mostly in a sort of Agatha Christie style where you can actually figure it out.
Wow.
And it's great. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's really dumb as well.
There is an episode of Deca Ranger that is just a parody of the movie Speed.
Wow. Oh, welcome, Cyberbloom VT. Welcome. We're just hanging out with Sonomikan.
Yes.
Sonomikan senpai. Yeah, I said it again.
It's so hard to think of myself as anyone's senpai, honestly.
You're definitely a senpai. You've been doing this for a while, and I'm just like, I haven't even, well, compared to me, I haven't even done it. I haven't even been doing this for a month. But I was gonna say, so Kamen Rider, was that your first toku? Oh, welcome, Giselle. Hello.
Technically, no. Even putting aside Power Rangers, because I didn't watch a lot of Power Rangers as a kid. I watched Mighty Morphin when it was first airing, when I was a wee, tiny kitten. But even putting that aside, technically my first tokusatsu, because I had started watching Kamen Rider shortly after Double finished. It was not long after. And I sat down and I watched Double. But a couple years before, a friend that I had been living with at the time had bought a Showa-era Ultraman-alike called Iron King. And we had watched about half of that, and one day I will finish it. I have the box set in my bedroom. It is bizarre. It's not very good, but I love it dearly. It is very, very Showa. It's very goofy, very strange. But I do love it dearly. And I do think that kind of opened me up to, like, when my friends wanted me to get into Kamen Rider. And actually, with that friend I had been living with at the time, he was writing a comic that I was drawing that was kind of an homage to tokusatsu, to magical girls, to all kinds of things. And I'm like, well, if we're going to feature Kamen Rider in this, because we had like a delivery man who like was a Kamen Rider. And I'm like, I should probably watch a Kamen Rider or two to kind of know what I'm talking about for drawing this, to just understand the visual language.
Just one or two.
And at that time, Double was airing, and I was very into the, like, Chicago noir aesthetic at the time. And my friend showed me the magazine scans of when Shroud was being announced for Double, and was like, here, this is what you like. You like this. We're gonna put here, this is your incentive to watch this show. And then they put it in front of me and I watched all of it and I'm like, well, I guess this is what I do now. I guess now this is my brand. And like Forze was about to air and I was really into Gurren Lagann at the time. And the writer for Forze was the writer for Gurren Lagann. So that was like, oh yeah,
that makes so much sense.
I'll watch this now. Oh yeah, Forze makes so much more sense when you have that context. At the time, a lot of the fandom, there's an episode in Forze, spoiler alert, but the show's from 2011. So, the bit in Forze where Gentaro dies, where Ryusei kills Gentaro for that one episode. For about a week, we were very, very convinced that he was going to stay dead and that Kengo was going to pick up the belt and that it was going to be like a Kamina Simon thing. I'm glad that's not the case. I think that would have been a little too much for a show whose core demographic is 12-year-olds. I think that would have been a little much, but we were very afraid that that was the case. But I was like, oh, okay, so I really like that. I'll check this out. And of course, Forze is a work of art.
Forze is amazing.
And then I saw the final Go-Onger robot, Engino G12, and I'm like, I need context for that. I need context for this robot. And then I watched Go-Onger, and now I've seen nearly every Heisei Toei tokusatsu.
Wow, that is really impressive because like I've as I said, I usually need to watch it with people, and ever since I've not been able to watch it with that former housemate of mine, then I've just not been able to. I'm just gonna say a couple of things from my chat. We got Roger V saying that Power Rangers got them into Transformers. That's cool, and that they've seen some Power Rangers, and that yeah, and that they got into watching anime through Cartoon Network.
And obviously, that is also how I got into watching anime.
Speed Freak is talking about Hayabusa-kun, because Speed Freak has the plush.
Oh man, I need to get myself a Hayabusa-kun one of these days.
It's so cute. It did put a damper on it for me when I found out what happened to the actor who played Gentaro's friend.
Yuki.
The one that sings the Hayabusa song. Yeah. If people don't know, she joined a cult.
Actually, she didn't join. She had apparently always been in it. Like, she had been raised in that cult. And just hadn't actually, like, been old enough to do stuff, like, be actively part of it until a couple years after Forze. So that is unfortunate.
Yep. God, yeah. It's weird. It's very weird. She has a different name now, which is her cult name. She did appear with her new name credited in some crossover or other. It was something like Scientology. I can't remember the name of the actor. She played a Yuki in Kamen Rider Forze.
Yeah, it's she was Yuki. I know a little bit about that cult because actually the friend who I had lived with is just very into like the history of that sort of thing. And yeah, Happy Science. And that was one that he like had a bunch of books on because they actually have like a headquarters around where we lived. So I've actually like read some of their literature and stuff. And it's super weird. It's super weird.
Yeah, it's one of the things that you're like, makes you go,
Like, okay.
But it's really it's funny that Double seems to be like for a lot of people like a very good entry point because it's how I got my ex-housemate, I got her into Rider through Gaim, but the next show that she watched with me was Force, but then she watched Double with her brother and immediately fell in love. And to this day, Double is her favorite. She has like all the basic forms of Double as figure arts, and she doesn't even collect action figures.
Yeah, no,
nice.
Double is actually one that I like recommend to people as an entry point. Kuga Double 01, or if you happen to be really into Showa stuff, go for Rider 1. But I basically, pick an era and start there because those are really like the four. They're all really strong shows. Double, they all have really tight casts, and kind of very direct relationships between the heroes and the villains. Like everything is very clear in those shows. Well, I don't know about Rider 1. I haven't watched it yet, but like Kuga, Double, and 01 I think are all really good entry points, and I love Double. I'm very, very much looking forward to the anime this year.
I am worried about it because I've not been the biggest fan of Futo Detective as a comic, but I will give it a shot because I love Double and I love that world and I love those characters as well. I love like all the extended cast as well.
Yeah, I've read a bit of it. Most of the reason I'm excited for it is I want Volume 6 to get animated. I need the Kamen Rider Skull content. I need.
That's
again like Skull and Shroud is my brand. It is what I have been known for years in the Tokusatsu fandom. Like outside of my VTubing, I was the one who just really liked Skull and Shroud. If you look, I'm gonna give y'all a hot tip, and you're gonna pretend that you're not gonna connect my AO3 username to anything else on the internet. You gotta promise me this. But if you go on AO3, all of the Skull and Shroud fanfic on there is all by me. 100% of it. It is all
wonderful.
It is all by me.
That is wonderful.
So, there is an entire volume of that manga that is the time between Movie War Core, like the flashback in Movie War Core, and I think up to the end of it, Shotaro is still a child, so it's all about like how he actually convinced Narumi to like take him on as an apprentice. And I just want to see that animated. I'm hoping that I like the girl that they added more when she like I can see her moving, and she has like a voice actress to give her a personality. Because I felt like she was really dull in the manga.
Yeah, that's the thing. My friend, who is really into Double, she was really excited to read the manga, and then she didn't like it because, I mean, mainly because she thinks that, and I kind of agree with this. Shotaro and Philip are the OTP in there.
They put her in there to no homo, the two of them. That's
yeah.
She's
they gave him a beard.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that at least she's just, when she gets a voice actress that can maybe give her a personality, she'll at least... Because, look, I'm not against an OT3. I'm fine with that. I can live with that. So I'm hoping, like, I can at least, if she's not completely dull in the anime.
Yeah. And also the anime can be an adaptation. It can also, like, just, like, change things or improve on it as well. Like there's always that. So yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm cautiously optimistic. I will definitely watch it, but I'm also I've managed my expectations. I always have a perspective with remakes and sequels that I'm like, well, yes, some stuff can ruin things retrospectively or make things better retrospectively. That can kind of happen, but at the end of the day, the original work is still there. You know?
Oh, absolutely. Like nothing about Futo Tante will change what Double is or the impact that it's had on any of us that it has affected.
Yeah, and they're making a new I can't remember the format of it, but they're making something new with Black as well.
Yes. I think it's like a mini series the way that Amazon's was.
Oh right. Yeah, so again, it's not going to ruin Black either, Yeah. And I'm just curious about what shape it will take.
Yeah, and I'm curious about the new Shin Kamen Rider movie. That I'm excited for because I trust Hideki Anno. Because I know that he loves... This is a dream... Getting to do this and Shin Ultraman are like dream projects for him. So these are things that he loves deeply, so I trust those in his hands.
And Shin Godzilla is really good, in my opinion. I'm not a huge Godzilla head, but
I've heard everyone I know that has watched Shin Godzilla loves it. So I trust him.
Yeah, Roger V, the same guy that made Evangelion. Black Sun is the name of the Kamen Rider project. It's apparently a movie.
Is it a movie?
And yeah, Hideaki Anno is directing Shin Kamen Rider. The trailer is out. The teasers we've been seeing are basically reproductions of shots from the original series. There's one that is like the original series opening, except redone with the new suit and the new motorcycle, and it looks great.
Yeah.
All the stunts look fantastic. And he did Shin Ultraman, which is coming out this year, and Shin Godzilla, which came out a few years ago, and of course Shin Evangelion, which was his project to spend 14 years remaking Evangelion.
Yeah. I mean, I don't expect that, I'm sure Shin Kamen Rider will have, really emotional moments, but I don't expect it to be, on the level of Eva. That was a specific story that he wanted to tell, and then kind of regretted telling, and then decided to completely retell.
I will say, though, OG Kamen Rider, especially if you ever watch, the first few episodes of OG Kamen Rider, before they made Hishinomori tone things down. The first few episodes of the original series are very, very, very much cinematically influenced by horror, there's also a strong vein of French film influence in there, which kind of suits because Hideaki Anno is very strongly influenced by the French New Wave, according to my friend who is a film studies lecturer.
All of that is in there, but I don't think he's going to just, I don't think it will just be thematically on the level of Eva, these movies that he's making. I think, what he is going to bring to Shin Kamen Rider and to Shin Ultraman are going to be more heavily referential of the tone and style of OG Rider and OG Ultraman.
But that's the thing, OG Rider at the beginning is crushingly sad.
Oh, yes.
Because he's really depressed about being a cyborg.
Yes.
He doesn't like that he's a cyborg, and he one of the things that happens in the first episode is he tries to open a water tap, and he breaks it, and he's like, I am a monster now because I can't get a glass of water. Oh god. But yeah, I got into Toku in a way that's not very common for people in this part of the world, necessarily. Basically, my first Tokusatsu show ever was before Power Rangers even existed, and that was Just Beyond, which is the fourth Metal Hero series, the first one after the Space Sheriff trilogy. And I watched it on Brazilian television. On Brazilian television, they brought 3 shows at first. They brought Just Beyond, Dengeki Sentai Changeman, and Kamen Rider Black. And I started with Just Beyond. And so for me, like, Toku is Metal Heroes, even though the Metal Hero series has been basically dead for a long time.
Which is
so
a shame.
I watched, like...
I
which is a
wish
shame,
they
but...
could... I wish they would stop trying to tie it to Sentai to bring it back and just bring it back. Let it be its own thing.
I think the problem they have
thrive on its own.
I think the problem they have with Metal Heroes is that when Metal Heroes emerged, it was taking the place of Kamen Rider, and now Rider has a lot of the things that Metal Hero did are now present in Rider, and also a lot of the aesthetic of Metal Hero doesn't exactly match current Toku aesthetics, because it emerged at a time when, one thing that we don't talk about a lot I feel in English-speaking Tokusatsu and mecha anime circles is that Tokusatsu and mecha anime are much closer than people realize. Like, there's so much overlap in creators.
Yes.
And, the one I always bring up is Yutaka Izubuchi did the monsters for Kamen Rider O's, designed the mecha for Patlabor, directed Rasafon,
Yes.
So...
Even, again, oh my god, it's not Keita Amemiya. That's a completely different person, but I think his name is also either Keita or Kenta. Again, wrote Forze and Gurren Lagann, which is a Super Robot series.
Oh, is that Akira Mamiya? Maybe. The director of Gridman? No. Am I thinking of the right person? Lead writer Gurren Lagann. I'm Googling it. Kazuki Nakashima?
Yes, Kazuki Nakashima. I don't know why I kept thinking Keita Amemiya, who is a completely different person who is in all of these circles.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Akira Mamiya did some animation for Gurren Lagann, and he's like the director of Gridman and Dynazenon.
Yes, because that's all... Gurren Lagann is all of the Gainax people who left and became Studio Trigger, who did Gridman and Dynazenon.
God, Gridman is good.
Yeah, it is. Oh my god.
God. I have a Gridman shelf, which at the moment has one figure of Akane Shinja, and then 2 Transformers figures. I have like Shattered Glass Optimus Prime and Shattered Glass Megatron, who are basically Akane and Rika.
Yes, I do love that all of them, everyone in that show was based on Shattered Glass Transformers.
I love that. It made me care. Like, I have people in my chat here who know me from the Transformers fandom, that I'm a big part of it and fairly active in it, but, relatively. I never gave a crap about Shattered Glass before. And then all you had to do to get me to care about Shattered Glass is make Optimus Prime a sad bisexual girl. And then I'm there.
Mood.
I'm there.
Relatable.
I'm just there. I care now. And Gridman is good. Dynazenon made me cry. Dynazenon episode Air, I cry. That's what happened last year. That's one of the 2 shows that I was watching as it aired. The other one was Love Live Superstar, because in 2021 I became an Idol fiend.
Yeah. I'm hoping
I may have too many
to I didn't get to Dynazenon when it was airing, but I'm hoping that once Ultraman Trigger ends and I have a slot open in my weekly watching of Tokusatsu shows, I can slot Dynazenon in there. And
luckily it's only 13 episodes.
Yeah. That is the one good thing about I've gotten into Ultraman very recently. That's been, I think, within the past 6 months. And those are half the length of Rider and Sentai. They're 22, 24 episodes. And it's oh man, these are so easy to get through. Holy heck.
I know. That's what I wanted to do with Ultraman, and then I made the mistake of getting really attached to the first Ultraman I watched, which I'm still watching, which is Mebius, which is 50 episodes.
I'm waiting for Shout Factory to release Mebius, because I really want to watch it, because I have a huge crush on Ultraman Hikari for no reason that I can explain. I just looked at him. I looked at him one day and was like, "This is what I'm into.
Yeah,
This is what I like, apparently."
Do you know how they got me? I watched the first episode. It had been recommended to me as a good one for newcomers because it's like an anniversary series that kind of references the previous shows, but also kind of captures the main spirit of classic Ultraman, Showa Ultraman. So I watched the first episode. The first episode has amazing creature effects, amazing like suit battles. You know, that's the thing that's the strength of Ultraman, the kaiju battles.
Yes.
And so that already, the level of the effects and the care put into the effects and the suit of the main monster, that already got me there. But also, one of the main cast is a footballer who saves someone in the first episode, helps someone in the first episode with football skills. And I was like, as someone that plays football, aka soccer, I was like, I'm there. I'm 100% here for this.
It's a friend of mine, one of my normal mods, had watched Jeed, and was really into Jeed and was trying to get me into it for a while, but I've always been really intimidated by Ultraman. It always mentally seemed to me like it had a much higher barrier for entry because every Ultraman is much more interconnected than Rider or Sentai. And I'm like, oh my god, I would have to go all the way back to the beginning and like watch all the way forward and I'll never catch up. That is not true. You just have to accept that other Ultramans exist and that they will talk about them, but they do not expect you to know who they are. But my friend did asked, it's Jeed is basically like 5 main people, and it was very cute. And then he was like, oh well, Zet is also really good, and I've watched that, and I really want you to see that because like Zet I think has the strongest writing of all of the ones that I've watched so far. But he's like, I want to watch Orb first, because there's something in Zet that I don't know the context for, but is related to Orb, and I want to watch that first. And it took me about 6 episodes to really get into Orb. Orb is from like 2016. It feels like it's from 2004, which is just really strange. Actually, the guy who plays the human form for Orb is the final villain of Den-O, which is great seeing him in a role where they actually care about writing him as a character, because he's a great actor. That's the thing I apparently learned from Orb. But Orb is my favorite of the ones I've watched so far. I love it. I highly recommend watching Orb before Zet, specifically for the context that my friend wanted to give me. It's something that hits a lot harder if you have that context. Otherwise, I would absolutely recommend Zet as a starter.
I think my next one for Mebius is gonna be I think it's gonna be Orb. I can't remember. I definitely want to watch the first one with Juggler in it.
Yes, that's Orb. That's Orb.
That's Orb. Oh yeah.
Yeah, watch Orb and then watch Zet. Maybe watch Orb Origin Saga in there. It's not totally necessary, but it adds a little bit more context for Juggler. It's even though I'm very certain that Orb Origin Saga was not meant to be an Ultraman thing. It was just something that someone wanted to tell and was like, the only way I'm gonna get this produced is if I tie it to Ultraman Orb. It's a strange story, but I do love it. But I absolutely adore Orb. It's my favorite of the Ultramans I've watched so far. I love Juggler. He is my garbage boy. He's absolute trash, but I love him.
You're not the only one. Same as it ever was over in my community is really into Juggler, and that's kind of the reason why I want to check it out.
Yeah.
But for now I'm just tied up with. Thank you. For now I'm just tied up with Mebius until I get through it. But what's I gonna say? Oh yeah, no. I keep diverging. But what I was gonna say is that the first shows that I watched, the first Toko I watched was just beyond Kamen Rider Black and Changeman. They kept showing other Metal Heroes and other stuff. They showed a lot of stuff when I watched it on Brazilian television. They showed Spielban, Jiraiya, Jiban. They also showed Flashman and Maskman, and they also showed Kamen Rider Black RX. So I had seen not all of those, but like a lot of those, a whole bunch of episodes for each in Portuguese, dubbed directly from Japanese with no censorship, before Power Rangers aired. So when Power Rangers was airing, when Mighty Morphin came out, I was like, well, I don't know what this is, but I can tell you that the robot battles, the monster battles, it's all from the Japanese shows that I was watching. But then later, like in the early 2000s, I tried to get into Toko and I couldn't. I don't know. I tried. Like Magic Ranger was a thing, and I was like, I don't know about this. I think I needed to learn to chill out, because when I grew older, I became like really snobby and elitist for a while.
Oh yeah, well that's just how being a teenager is about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's only like in the last few years that I learned to relax. That's why I used to have a problem with like moe anime. I used to hate it.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at me now. I'm a moe idol of the internet. But but I used to not be into that. Even though I want to tell you, I was a hypocrite, because I was really into Cardcaptor Sakura and into Sailor Moon, and I was like, oh, I could justify that because I would go like, well, those are good. You know, those are okay because I think those are good.
Those are classics.
Yeah.
So those are exempted. Yeah, no, I was the same way. I was the same way for a good hot couple years there. But also I was a hypocrite because I was really into Bleach. I was really into Bleach for like 4 years, and it's the beginning is very good. I hold that the pre-Soul Society stuff is actually incredible. The Soul Society stuff is fine. It's typical shonen manga. It's a tournament arc. It's a tournament arc without being a tournament. Everything after that is of varying quality on a downward slope.
Everything I've heard about Bleach, people have... Like, I watched like a video essay made by Super Eyepatch Wolf about Bleach, because I was like, I want to know about Bleach without having to watch it.
That's fair.
And he explains like the storyline and stuff, and I was like, wow, this is literally exactly what went wrong with Saint Seiya. except like 10 years later. And it's kind of the same, where like you have like this arc where all of these bad guys, they fight them, and they have like the backstories, typical shonen anime stuff, and it's meant to be like really, really good. And that cast of bad guys became really, really, really popular. I think is that the Soul Society? I think that's the Soul Society.
Maybe. Soul Society and then Hueco Mundo. Like, all of the Soul Society cast got really popular, so he had to make new bad guys.
Yeah.
And then all of those bad guys got really, really popular. This kept happening to him, and he just didn't want to write it anymore. There is a part, and somehow this manga extended for 10 years, even past the point which he decided he didn't want to write it anymore. Because like after Soul Society, the one bad guy in Soul Society, he goes and he joins all the monsters, and now there's all those bad guys. And at the end of that, you can tell he just doesn't want to do this anymore. He completely disregards like entire character plot lines that he had been writing. He just throws everything out the window, and it seems like he's really hoping to get canceled. And it like he wants Shonen Jump to cancel his manga, because all he wants to do at this point is fashion design.
Oh, that's
and then
interesting.
Somehow that manga kept going on. Like, he finished that arc, and there's like 3 other arcs past that.
Wow. That's like the opposite of what happened to Masami Kurumada with Saint Seiya. He got cancelled before he wanted to end the story. Just when he was like in one of the big final story arcs. But he did it only for 5 years. But Saint Seiya has like a huge legacy, but God, that's a story for another day. Saint Seiya is a story for another day. But basically, yeah, in the first major arc, the Gold Saints of the Zodiac became like the big breakout characters. And so nowadays, when they do a lot of spin-offs or a lot of new versions of Saint Seiya, every new version is going to have a brand new set of Gold Saints. Because maybe they'll be from like a different era or a different continuity or whatever, but there'll always be 12 Gold Saints of the Zodiac that have their own distinct personalities, and they're mostly Bishonens. Yeah, that's kind of it. And a lot of it is kind of terrible. Like they made a few years ago, they made an anime. So in the early 2000s, when Saint Seiya got revived, they started doing these figures, and I have a bunch of them called Saint Seiya Myth Cloth, which are these wonderful SH Figuarts-ish figures, but with like die-cast metal armor. They're really good. Wow. And eventually they replaced them with the more advanced Mythcloth EX. That's when I tapped out because the price kind of went up by like almost 200%. And I was like, no. And I was happy with the ones that I had. But in any case, a few years ago, I think it was like 2015 or something, they came up with an anime called Soul of Gold. And that one was like a side story. And they were like, it's about the original Gold Saints, and it's spoilers for a manga from that ended in 1991. But the Gold Saints die. They all die in the original manga. They all die. Some resurrect, and then they all die for good, super for realsies, because they do something that literally extinguishes their souls forever, so they don't even get to go to the afterlife.
Whoopsie-doopsie.
Because they're that cool. Yeah. Oh no, they do it on purpose. They do it on purpose they have to do it.
No, that was actually my my big problem with the Go On Wings. The thing that like was the nail in the coffin. Again, spoilers for a show from 2007. The end of Geki Ranger, Rio and Melee die. We all know that about them. We all know the tragedy of Geki Ranger. You know, at the time, so I think that most Sentai still do this. There is a crossover between the ending Sentai and the new one early into the new one. Early into each Sentai, they'll do a crossover with the previous show. And so in Geki Ranger versus Go-Onger, or Go-Onger versus Geki Ranger, I think the new Sentai is always first. Midnight Gone, thank you for resubbing. But Rio and Melee were incredibly popular. They were equally, if not more popular than anyone on the Geki Ranger team. So they have to be in this movie. So the Go On Wings apparently also are versed in the martial arts that the Geki Rangers know, because that's how the Go On Wings work. They know everything. They're perfect. And they know a technique where they can bring the two of them back from the dead for 24 hours, but it also condemns their souls to hell forever. And they just do this. So they die again at the end of this movie. I'm technically in the long overarching, like, vaguely connectedness of Sentai. Maji Red did dig a tunnel out of hell at the end of Maji Ranger, so I do think they can just leave. I'm under the assumption that they can just leave.
Just walk out.
That is what I have told myself to comfort myself. Melee does come back in Q Ranger versus Space Squad, I think. Melee is in that movie, but there are a lot of... A dude resurrects a bunch of Sentai villains for reasons. His reason is essentially like, oh, they have regrets in their life, so I can resurrect them. And they all tell their regrets, and they get to Melee, and it's like, what about you? And she's like, man, I died with Rio. I don't regret shit. Get out of my face. My God. So he can't manipulate her because she has no regrets. It's very funny.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, in like what they did for Saint Seiya Soul of Gold is like, so basically, TLDR. I'm not gonna go into too much. The first time the Gold Saints show up, they're like villains. But most of them they've actually been tricked into being villains, and a couple of them are just evil. By the end of this story, their initial story, a lot of them have died. Like the main characters defeat them, and then a few of them like remained, and they're good now. And what ends up happening is that in the later Hades arc, Hades being the god of the underworld, he resurrects all the ones that died, and tells them, well, if you fight for me and you bring me the head of Athena is like the sort of the one that the main characters must protect. They're the Saints of Athena, because it's all Greek mythology, right?
Yeah.
And Hades is like, okay, if you swear loyalty to me and within 12 hours you bring me the head of Athena, I will resurrect you for good. So these gold saints show up and they're like, aha, yes, we're back and we're evil, so we're definitely gonna kill Athena. And spoilers for a manga from 1991, they are actually double crossing Hades, because even though the gold saints that are resurrected, some of them were actually pure evil, they're actually trying to redeem themselves.
Oh, good for them.
Knowing, yes, even though according to the rules of the Saint Seiya universe, going against a god is a sin, which is funny because that means that most of the human warriors are committing sins because it's all about wars between the gods. But anyway, eventually they die again, and the other gold saints die as well. Like the ones that were still alive, they die in battle with Hades' specters. But near the very end, the main characters are at the bottom of the Hades, at the bottom of the underworld, and they need to get into the Elysian fields. But the only way to get into the Elysian field, if you're not part of Hades' army, is you have to break this wall. And the only way to break this wall, the Wailing Wall, the only way to break it is a real ray of sunlight needs to touch it. But that's impossible because it's at the very bottom of the underworld. So the souls of the Gold Saints come back for one final attack, one final shot. They put all their energy into one final arrow from Sagittarius, and they manage to let the mirror, one of the, God, I'm getting emotional. One of the key phrases in the Saint Seiya manga is "make the miracle happen," and they make the miracle happen, and they all relinquish their souls forever by doing this. Anyway, the anime Soul of Gold ruins that by making them all reincarnate for spurious reasons. And the entire point of that anime, which is also very badly animated, which is why I have never finished watching it, each of them gets an upgrade. Like all of them have beautiful ornate gold armor, but the upgrade is their divine armor version, which is basically a souped up version with big wings and stuff. The entire point of that anime is so that they could sell you $200 a piece action figures full of die-cast metal of these new forms. That's the entire reason it exists. It's really badly written. The animation is terrible. I never finished watching it. I couldn't. I tried. They put one of the original. Yeah, they put one of the original openings of the 80s Saint Seiya in there, except by a newer band, a cover of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's a good song. But yeah, it's Saint Seiya kind of be like that. But Saint Seiya Bleach kind of connected like that. This Saint Seiya is kind of the reason why I can't really get into long-running shonen anymore, because I just can't. I don't have it in me. I watched Dragon Ball, I watched Saint Seiya, I watched Sailor Moon.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of in the same place. Bleach was kind of the last hurrah of that for me, because, when Demon Slayer came out, when the first episode came out, none of us had read the manga, none of my friends had read the manga, but the first episode came out, and they're like, oh, this is really cool and different and interesting. So we start watching it, and we're like, yeah, cool, okay, interesting. And, you get a couple episodes in, and they start, bringing in the Demon Slayers as an organization. But early on, it's still kind of this very, very kind of different thing. And then you hit, the boss group, and I'm like, oh, this is just Bleach again. This is Bleach again. This is the Soul Society arc. I've already done this. I don't need to be here. And I'm glad the kids have it, because the kids don't have Bleach anymore. Bleach ended. Bleach was my generation. And not even my generation. I was too old for Bleach when I was reading it. I was reading Bleach in college. But I'm glad the kids have Demon Slayer. Before that, they had Yu Yu Hakusho, they had Saint Seiya. Every generation has theirs. I don't need Demon Slayer. I'm past this.
I'm probably gonna give it a shot just because, you know what? There's one thing that attracts me to it. It's the fact that the manga is finished at 23 volumes. That means this is not gonna go on for 1,000 episodes.
Yeah. Yeah. And
that gives me hope.
I did like it, but I didn't really need to go past the first season.
Fair. That's totally fair. I mean, I normally don't even watch shonen fighting anime anymore because, like, for me, like, between mecha anime and toku, that kind of fills that gap for me.
Yeah.
So, like, the only shonen fighting anime that I'm going to be watching anytime soon is going to be trying to delve more into Masami Kurumada anime adaptations. But that's a story for another day. It's been past 2 hours. Oh, sorry. Virgo Omega is getting to stretch.
Yes.
Yeah, Virgo Omega always with the health redeems. Thank you.
Looking out for us.
Yeah, thank you. Oh god, I keep remembering that I keep not finishing my story about Toku. So I'm just gonna do that real fast. Like, so basically I tried to get into Toku in the early 2000s, couldn't. And then around 2009, when Decade was airing, my a friend of mine was like, you should watch Kamen Rider Hibiki. And this was in the tail end of my time when I was being a bit snobby and too serious about things. And I watched Hibiki, and I was like, oh, and you know, I've always liked soap operas. Because, okay, breaking lore for a second, I'm from South America. I like soap operas, okay? There's a lot of soap operas that are bad from everywhere, and there's a lot of good soap operas everywhere. And Japan has some really good soap operas. Basically, Kamen Rider Hibiki is the tokusatsu show for your friend who refuses to watch Kamen Rider but loves J-dramas. That's the show you show your friend.
Yes, absolutely.
To get them to understand that Toku can be a lot of things. But basically, I watched it, and even though I was watching it with the dreadful quality, I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna call them out on stream, the dreadfully translated, dreadful video quality TV Nihon subs.
It's all we had at the time.
They were all we had. They were all we had. For years, we did have the Raws for Hibiki. For many, many years. People don't know this. For years, we had the Raws of Hibiki, but we didn't have new subs until very recently. And now you can watch the show in its intended, interlaced 1080 with 60 FPS, which it looks weird, but it's fantastic. But in any case, that's what got me back into Toku. And then around that time, I started watching... I watched a bit of Decade. I basically just watched the Hibiki and the Black episodes of Decade. I watched a bit of Double, and I was like, this is okay. Watched a bit of Gokaiger, I was like, this is good. And I remember that there was still a shard of that pretentious snob in my brain. And you know what that did? That made it so that I did not even try to watch O's and Force. Because I watched a bit of Double, and I was like, this is okay, this is a good time, it's detectives, whatever. But then when it was like, oh, Double is like two little gimmicky bits that go into one belt. Oh, O's is 3. Oh, Force is 4. I was like, do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I don't see what's happening here? Do you not think that I see right through you, Toei? And I was like, I feel spoken down to.
I mean, you're right, and like, Double is really when that started. I mean, like, you know, there were a couple in the pre-Decade, but Double is really when they started, pardon my phrasing, doubling down on the gimmick toys in the belts, because Double made so much money, and then O's made so much money, because those kids were buying medals and sending them to Ankh. To the point where they had to change the end of that show because the kids liked Ankh too much.
Yep.
And it's like, I agree. I mean, I love those shows and I love that era of Rider, but whoo boy.
Yeah. Oh no, the shows are really good, and to be honest, gimmick-wise, they're not anything on the shows that we have right now.
Oh god, no.
But
holy shit.
But yeah, no, I just reading in your chat, Joe, Thunderbird is saying like, you can the gimmicks. You can the medals 1, 2, and 3. Life goes on. Anything goes. Coming a post.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Not wrong at all. Not wrong. But basically, yeah. And that's kind of what got me started. And then, really, what it was is introducing my friend to Gaim is what got me properly back into the. Like, I always kept tabs on it, and I watched Shinkenger somehow on my own, even though Shinkenger has a lot of. The problems Shinkenger has are like structural problems with being a Sentai, which it's mainly that, honestly, when you're in the latter part of Shinkenger, the mecha fights take up half the episode, and you could literally, in 9 out of 10 episodes, in my opinion, you could delete that fight, and the episode would still make sense.
Yeah.
for the most part. So that's what annoyed me, because I was like, oh, the battles are just the same every time. That's not great. But yeah,
that is a thing that I will give from Ryu Soldier and Kira Major. I will give credit. They really tried a lot of new things. They will do new angles. They will do like Ultraman angles in their robot fights now. Like, they'll get real down low. They will use different sets, because that was a thing that really started bothering me, is it was the same city set every time. Where now, like, you'll get shots from, like, a playground, and they do all kinds of different stuff now, and I'm like, oh, and having gotten into Ultraman, I have now become very snobbish about Sentai's, like, robot fights.
I was about to say!
Because Ultraman pulls no goddamn punches.
Yeah, and it's what it's known for, right? So like they have to make the giant battles look good. But like, yeah, after watching, I'm only like 17 episodes into Mebius, and I'm already like, I watched some of the giant fights in Sentai a lot of the time, and I'm like, I don't know, man, you could do better.
And I mean, like, even before that, I just kind of tuned them out. Like, I just didn't really pay attention to the fights. Anytime they'd go into the cockpit and there was dialogue, I'd pay attention to that. But like the fight itself, it would just kind of wash over me. But they have really, kind of taken it up. Joe's asking what our feelings are on Ghost Sager. I don't know if you've watched Ghost Sager. It was the Sentai right before Gokaiger.
All I know about it is that, was it the Pink Ranger has big ears? That was the meme going around at the time.
That is a character trait of hers.
People said that. I don't know anything else. They're angels.
Yes.
That's what I know.
Okay. My controversial hot take is I really like Ghost Sager. I can understand why people don't. It is tonally, especially for Sentai at the time, very, very different. It is a complete tonal departure from, like, you know, Geki Ranger, Go-Onger, Shinkenger, and the really kind of energetic, hot-blooded Sentai that we had going for a lot of years there. Ghost Sager is a lot more mellow, it's kind of more laid back of a Sentai, but I really like it. I think in the context of its time, it was trying to keep Sentai from becoming stagnant, which I think it did. I really like Ghost Sager. I understand why people don't, but I think Ghost Sager has some really good things to offer if you're willing to be open to them.
And if you're into lips in helmets.
Yes, that's the one. I'm not into the lips in the helmets.
I do not like them. I do not like them. They look weird.
It's weird. I don't like it.
It's weird. I'm like, either if you want to go that way, show me the actors' lips and paint them silver.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do that. You know? Just be weird. Be weird with it.
I am patient with people who don't like Ghost Sager, Captain Hurricane, because I can understand why people wouldn't. If people don't like Ghost Sager, that's fine. I don't like Gaim. And I ask that people be kind to me about that, because, oh boy, people have not been kind to me about that in the past.
But that's fair.
Yeah, it's the way I was treated regarding Gaim has very much influenced how I am like, you know what? I don't want to treat people like that. If you don't like it, you don't like it. That's your thing. Yeah. I ask that, you know, if I am in my space, on my stream, on my Twitter timeline, whatever, talking about something that I like, I ask that you don't come into my space and shit on it. And I won't come into your space and shit on the things you like. That's boundaries, and we're adults and can be respectful. But, I mean, like, you know, you don't have to like all the things that I like, and I don't have to like all the things that you like. That's why all of these different shows exist.
Yeah, exactly. There's so, like, that's the thing. Even if you're just in, like, Rider, I think Rider is a perfect example. There's enough variety in Rider, you know? I feel Sentai has a bit less variety than something like Rider or Metal Hero, but in the wide world of Toku, there's so much variety that it's like, it's okay. Like, I was into Gaim, but Gaim is nowhere near my top faves. It's just like, show I watched and I had a good time with it. But Sentai VT, I will slightly disagree with the let people enjoy things thing, because my thing with it is that I feel like and you know this, Sonomika, in the internet, people take everything to the extreme.
Yes.
And not in a fun way. And so that means that a lot of the times, like, the let people enjoy things has also meant never criticize anything for a lot of people. And I'm like, no. Let people enjoy things is just meant to be like, oh, if someone is just talking about how much they enjoy something, you don't need to go there and just like shit on them for it. But if you want to, say a critique of a thing that you dislike, I don't know. I just feel like
that was the thing during Gaim is I stayed in my lane. A lot of at this point a lot of my interactions were on Tumblr. And Tumblr had a very robust tagging system. It was one of the best things about that platform. I was very critical of Gaim because, again, Gen Urobuchi's writing, not for me. I was trying, but at the time I was known for like breaking things down, giving analyticals. And it had primarily just been very positive because at the time I had liked everything I watched. But I was very critical of Gaim, but I didn't put it in the Kamen Rider Gaim tag because that's where people would go to see posts and see like gift sets and talk about enjoying it. So not only did I not put it in the Gaim tag, I also added a completely unique tag that people could block so they could not see my critical posts. And I was also putting it under a read more, so if they were just scrolling, they wouldn't see this big long paragraph about how much I didn't like Gaim. I was going out of my way so that people who enjoyed it would not have to see my content about how I didn't like it. And that was 6 months of harassment.
What the hell? That's so thoughtful of you, I feel. Most people wouldn't go to that extreme. To those lengths is what I mean to say. You went to like a lot of lengths to be considerate.
Yeah, and I got 6 months of harassment for it, and then I stopped watching Gaim.
Yeah, I think that's why I have a lot of friends who don't want to watch Gaim or who basically report the same experience. It was the peak of the Gaim. This should really be on HBO.
Yes,
kind of.
Gaim splintered the fandom. Like it started in Wizard because a lot of people didn't like Wizard. I love Wizard. I think a lot of people at the time kind of missed what Wizard was about and how about Wizard was about coping with depression. I think a lot of people missed that. But, whatever. Again, not everyone had to like Wizard, but, people were very courteous about it. But then Gaim happened and Gaim should be on HBO was very much became the thing, and it became very polarizing, and if you didn't like it, you got targeted. It was a strange time, and I think it was a lot of new people entered the fandom who were very young, and Sentai, thank you for the gift sub. Sorry, I have a I need to fix it so it doesn't read all, like, the voice, the text-to-speech doesn't read all of that, because I get very distracted.
Oh, right.
But, like, at the time, I was just like, I thought this, because, like, for the first couple episodes, I was posting, like, oh, I'm not sure about this, and, like, I was posting it in the Gaim tag, because I wasn't really thinking about it, and, like, a couple of people like, hey, I'm really feeling it, and I'm like, oh, wow, this is getting to people who are enjoying it. I don't want to be raining on anyone's parade. So over time, I built up these measures so people didn't have to see that. But it was during that time when a lot of people came in. I think a lot of them were very young, and if you didn't like the same thing they liked, they took it personally. Where I was in my mid to late 20s at the time, and I was like, why is this such a big deal?
Yeah, it's just a show about a Bugman with an orange in his head.
Yeah, just like, this is just goofy Kamen Rider. Why do y'all care so much?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I feel like a lot of the time, it's kind of weird. My relationship with fandom has unintentionally been kind of a bit weird because, like, how can I put this? A lot of the times I will enjoy something, I'll be a fan, and I will consider myself a part of a fandom. But when people ask me like, oh, did you make anything or did you participate in this or that event? And I'm like, no, I was just kind of sort of there. And that's kind of it. Like that's oh, Sentai's head. Thank you for being here, Sentai.
Yes, thank you.
Bye bye.
For
Have a good time at work. Thank you for coming. But yeah, I like for example, I was really into Homestuck when it was happening, but I didn't. I just read it and talked about it with like exactly one person who was a friend of mine, who's still a friend of mine, who's actually my my singing and voice tutor. Shout out to Cardboard Moose out there. But I you know, I didn't participate in the Homestuck fandom. I read some fic that another friend wrote, and that was kind of it. And kind of like the way that I interact with a lot of fandom these days, it's the same. It's like, I don't know. It's like, now I'm very involved in the Transformers fandom, but I've been watching Transformers since the original series. So, like, I watched a lot of the shows and read what people said online, but I didn't kind of chime in. I don't know. I kind of didn't feel like it because I preferred talking to my friends about other things. I don't know quite how to explain it. So I'm kind of like that with a lot of toku. Like nowadays, I have good friends that I talk to about tokusatsu, and I just kind of didn't. I don't know. I think I got to a point with like fandom, way before the current state of fandom discourse, which, as we know, is rancid.
Oh my god, the vibes are absolutely filthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's vibing.
No. You and I, you being from very far in the future and me being around since the beginning of the Earth, we are both, we've both seen a lot. And we both, I think, know we came up in fandom that was very, very different than the way it is now. Everything was a lot more decentralized. You didn't have one. I mean, fanfiction.net was around, but I've been around since long before fanfiction.net. And even that was still very decentralized. You had to hunt for things. Fan arts were all, you had to go looking, you know, there were web rings. We're from the time of GeoCities, the time of web rings, where if you wanted content from a specific creator, you went to where they put it. They didn't put it where you would find it. Like, I'm from the days of mailing lists. I remember mailing lists and, like, bulletin boards way back even before, like, chat rooms and stuff. Oh, yeah, see, I was before the AOL chat room days. I am from before that.
Well, because I've lived through 300 years of human history, I've experienced a lot of this stuff. And also, I kind of just like... I mean, okay, what I will say is that I don't miss the time when the only people that I could talk to about Toku online were in... I'm gonna say a cuss word now, but please forgive me. Fucking 4chan.
Oh my god.
Fucking 4chan. You know, like the M board was like, that was where I used to like go to the M board because I was like, I need to talk to somebody about Toku or read about news about Gundam and Tokusatsu, and that's where I got my news. Now I have Twitter, and now Toku Twitter is much bigger and better than 4chan ever was. There's better people.
Oh, absolutely.
And
my friends who brought me into Toku fandom all got into it through the toy board on 4chan. That was their entry point, because they were all Transformers fans, Transformers and other things. So they kind of segued in through the toys, and then presented it to me as a watchable thing. I had never gone through 4chan myself.
Good. Keep it that way.
I was aware of things. because in the way back times, I was in a lot of furry circles, and 4chan was not kind to furries back in those days.
No, they were not.
So at the time, I was like, oh, this is a place where I could not possibly be welcomed. Just because I was doing a lot of furry art at the time, because I was trying to pay for food when I was in college.
Fair.
And there are a lot of nice, and I mean the furry circles have their terrible areas, as all circles do, but yeah. They were good. The furry art circles, those were good people who would give me $10 to go grocery shopping, and I wasn't drawing anything lewd. I would just, I'd make them a little, like a con badge.
Nice. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, there's always, like, I think every fandom has, like, parts that are good about it and parts that are legendarily bad.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, 4chan, I didn't talk much in 4chan except for shitposting. And actually, I will say, though, the M-board, compared to what the rest of the site was like, the M-board was, like, comparatively, a bit less bad.
Yeah,
it was still terrible.
Whatever.
No, it was still bad.
Those areas, like Toy and M, they were at least a little more chill. We all learned a lot of things that we had to unlearn.
Oh yeah.
Even not being on 4chan, I learned a lot of things that I had to unlearn in my time on the internet in the early 2000s. It's just how it was.
Same. Yeah, it was the internet. I would say there was much more of a dedication to slurs at the time.
Yes.
Which it's still there, but nowhere near as what it used to be. If you weren't there, oh boy, there was like nothing to stop anyone from saying every slur.
Oh god, yeah.
And inventing new ones. It was not a good time. I wanted to ask you if you knew people from the toy board. So do you collect, like, you mentioned having figure arts before?
Yeah, I in the late 2000s, the early 2010s, I did a lot of collecting figure arts. I have a lot of double. I have a good handful of Forze. I don't have any O's. I have all of the Greed, except Ankh. I have the Greed figure arts. That's where I went in with O's. I have the 4 villain Greeds, and I have the hand Ankh. I need to get all of the other Ankhs. But I have a lot of... I have Forze and Meteor. I have Scorpio and Libra. I have their Zodiarts figure arts because I loved the two of them.
Well, yeah, I love those designs from Forze. The Zodiarts were so good.
Again, Kate Abamiya is just incredible.
The Zodiarts, I think, were designed... I think those were Kia Asamiya. Let me just double check.
Oh, Kia Asamiya. Why do I keep saying Kate?
Yeah.
Kate Asamiya, I think, is someone else.
Yeah, Kate Asamiya is... Kate, the one that you're talking about... Hang on a second. Let me double check. I think you're thinking about the director of Jetman, who also did... Okay, so there's Keita Amemiya directed Jetman and did a bunch of stuff. Like he's the creator of Garo.
Yes.
And he also designed like the characters in the Monsters in Black, I think. He's done a lot of Toku stuff. Stuff. And he directed Jetman more famously.
Yes. And their names are so similar that I am mixing them up because...
Yeah, Kiyomiya doesn't have much of a body of work in Toku. He's a mangaka who did his most famous stuff would be Silent Mobius, Steam Detectives, and the manga only of Nadesco.
Yes.
That's what he's famous for.
But I do have
also the manga of
Zodiarts art book. Is incredible. I love those designs. They are so good. And again, like I love Tokusatsu villains. I'm sure that's obvious. But I loved Scorpio and Libra. I loved Sonoda and Hayami, so I got theirs. But yeah, for a while, I really got into collecting figure arts when I had a stable income. I actually have the this isn't a figure arts, but there was a line of like the face actor toys, Project BM.
Oh yeah.
I have the Narumi Sokichi for that. That was my tax return one year. I was like, I want this. This is what I'm getting. I have earned this because again, like the Kamen Rider Skull content is where my heart laid. That was my brand. I have a lot of Sotos now. I haven't collected figure arts as much just because they're a bit more expensive, and I don't have the steady income that I used to, but I have a lot of Sotos now. I've been collecting the plushes on and off that they introduced starting around Zyuohger, because those really took off during Zyuohger, so now they do them for Rider, Sentai, and Ultraman. So I have a couple of those around. But yes, I like physical things that I can hold and touch. They make me happy.
I'm very much the same. I haven't collected much in the Toku space just because I have a Transformers collection, which I am mercifully, thankfully, kind of reaching to the end of the things that I want. It's about to basically be complete in terms of what I want from it. So,
nice.
Yeah, that's really nice. And so
I've never been deep into Transformers. I've been kind of in and out of Transformers over the years. I do have a lot of Ravage. I really I got really into Ravage for a couple of years. I have a good handful of Ravages.
They just released, so last year, one of the big things that they were doing in the line was, it was the line Transformers Kingdom. And that is, of course, a bunch of G1 Transformers that hadn't gotten a toy recently and needed something more screen accurate. But the main thing is that they've been doing Beast Wars. And they actually did a limited release. I didn't get it because it was too expensive and I didn't have the money. But they did a limited release of Ravage as he shows up, as he looks in Beast Wars. And the release, if I remember correctly, includes G1 Ravage, because in Beast Wars, he's modeled after Cheetor, and then he jumps in midair and somehow transforms into a tape, which doesn't make any sense, but it just works like that.
Beast Wars was like my first Transformers, actually, just because it was on right before Sailor Moon when I was a kid, and like my cousins and I would, we watched Sailor Moon before we went to school, and Beast Wars was on before it, so we would also just watch Beast Wars. So I've seen a lot of Beast Wars.
I now have, like, basically the main thing that I'm waiting for right now is, like, I'm currently waiting for my Pterosaur and Tigatron to arrive, and then after that, in the next toy line, they're gonna do Inferno and Tarantulas, and then that's all of the Season 1 characters, like, done. Like, I already have, like, all the others. Black Arachnia, the recent figure of Black Arachnia is incredible. Like, legit incredible.
I do like
it's
her.
Such a good figure. Yeah, it's really, really good. It's a slightly delicate figure, but the transformation is amazing. And to be honest, like when I looked at it, I was like, this looks too much like a real spider.
Oh no!
Like the legs are very real, is what I'll say. The legs are very, very real looking. Yeah, but because like I've been in the Transformers fandom and collecting all this stuff and finishing up all the other little tidbits of my collection, then that's kind of what's been taking a while. And then obviously the Rider figures, like for the price of a figure arts, I can usually get like at least 2 Transformers, depending on the price.
Yeah.
So I've kind of prioritized
Transformers. Collect Sotos, and will sometimes, like if they get an extra one when they buy a case, we'll send them to me, or if it's someone that I really like. I do have a couple of 01 figure arts, and I want to get more of them. I want to get all of the Metsubo Jinrai figure arts, but I do have Naki. One friend got me 01 Rising Hopper for Christmas, which I love because I love that suit. But another friend got me Naki for my birthday because that came out around my birthday. And Naki is just very, very near and dear to my heart as, the first canonically non-binary Kamen Rider, who is again played by, at the time, a non-binary, now trans actor. So Naki... I have just about all of the Naki things that exist. There's not that many of them. But I have the figure arts, I have the Soto. At the Kamen Rider store in Tokyo Station, when they first opened, they had a big Metsubo Jinrai collection. And I reached out to a friend of mine in Tokyo, and at the time I did not think Naki was going to get any more merchandise because we were close to the end of the show and they hadn't announced anything yet. And I was like, look, I need all of the Naki things. So I have the button collection from that, which has all of them. I have a little acrylic standee of Naki. I have a clear file that I use as like a poster. So I have a bunch of that stuff because I'm like, I need all of the Naki things. And then they announced the figure arts, and I'm like, I would have been happy with just this.
Oh my god, I'm just imagining you just like go to the Kamen Rider store, slam down your credit card, and go like, Naki no subete. All of Naki. Give me all of it.
Give me all.
Give me all the Naki.
I definitely did that for Grahatia at Anime NYC. Every booth in the Artist Alley, I went up to him like,
because you play 14.
Yes. Grahatia is my boy. It's the first character that I've ever like really liked from something that was popular enough that there is fan merch. So I went to every single booth that had 14 merch, and I'm just like, give me all your Grahas.
Oh my god. Do you know who's my favorite character in 14? Absolute favorite. Literally top 5 Final Fantasy characters of all time. I would kill for her. I would die for her. Tataru.
Yes. I mean, we all would.
I would die for her.
We all would.
She's so good.
Is an
She's
angel.
so good.
She is an angel. She is perfection.
She is.
I absolutely love her.
She's beauty. She's grace.
Yes.
She's wonderful. I love her so much. Now,
more
14,
powerful than every single one of us.
Yeah, basically, yes. Essentially. Yeah. Oh, what I was gonna say. Oh, before going on to 14, in terms of collecting, I do have like a Toku shelf. And I wanted to tell you what's on it, if you don't mind, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So first of all, I got, same as it ever was over here, one of the checksums. Before I was a VTuber, I got Tokyo O and Diesel O from Reisha Sentai Tokyuja.
Yes,
I like trains.
I have Akira's Changer. I don't have any of the full robots, but and it's not a good toy. I'm not the kind of, I don't generally care. I got it because I love him, but oh my god, it's a really bad toy. It has almost no playability. It's very bad.
Oh, I got the main Tokyo Changer as well from Same As It Ever Was, and yeah, it's good. I have a good time with those trains. One time, at some point, when I moved to a bigger flat, because my flat is now pretty full up between all of my Transformers and Gunpla and my one Toku shelf and my manga, but eventually I want to actually collect all the Tokyuger trains because I love trains and I love the idea. I love the fact that they're all toy trains. They're good toy trains in scale that then turn into robots. So I got those. I got the main trains from Deno. I got them from this auction that was selling them as a big lot, and they're all kind of busted, but they work mainly. Like the front of the Den liner does not have like the little motorcycle, and it's missing like a flap that you're meant to close. But I have all the ones for Momotaro's, Ritaro's, Kintaro's, and Urataro's. Yeah, the four main Imagine. So I have those. I got a Lightning Collection Power Rangers figure of the villain from Go Busters that looks like Go Buster Red but evil.
Oh yeah, I didn't know they made Okay, the thing about that, I am so surprised that in Power Rangers they made him like a main villain, because in Go Busters that suit is in one episode.
Yeah, Dark Buster. But okay, here's the thing. That suit is really good. Do you know how much I paid for the? Do you know how much I paid for that Lightning Collection figure, brand new?
How much?
£5.
Oh wow, nice.
It was on sale. Nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted it. And it's a good figure, and it looks really good. And also, it's Go Busters. It's kind of Metal Hero adjacent.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin. They had a Gavin episode to promote that movie when it came out. It's not a good episode.
No,
unfortunately.
But yeah, they also have. So I'll keep walking you through this because I'm almost done. I have 2 figures from Power Rangers Samurai because I love Shinkenger. So I got the yellow and pink Rangers because I love them both so much.
Yes.
I
have a lot of the Power Rangers Megaforce stuff because at the time, like my friends and I were going to Toys R Us a lot, and I liked Go Sager. and it was all like cheap. So I have a lot of. I have this like huge 12-inch. I think he was called Robo Knight in Megaforce, but Gosei Knight. And he talks in this horrible robotic voice, but it's it's so charming to me. So I got that because I love Gosei Knight. So I have so much. It really makes it look like I like Goseidra a lot more than I do. Because I have more Goseidra stuff than like anything else except Bokendra.
I wanted to do that with Super Megaforce, but then the Super Megaforce was not available around here. Yeah. So or it was not available at cheap prices where I would go like, oh, I'll just get the Sentai stuff instead. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I have those two from Power Ranger Samurai. Then I have, this one was harder to find. So now they're doing Ultraman in SH Figures, but before that they actually had an SH Figures style line that was pretty much the same idea, very similar packaging, and it was called Ultra Act. And there's not an Ultraman Mebius Figures yet, but there is an Ultra Act Mebius. And I could only find it used with all the parts and in good nick, but without a box from a Japanese auction. And it still cost me a lot of money, but it's really good. It's basically like a Figuarts, but bigger. A tiny bit bigger. I love Mebius. I love Mebius. Maybe at some point I'll get a matching Ultraman Hikari. Okay, I've built up to these two. The last two items. You gotta hear this. So the next one is the original DX toy of Jaspion's ship that transforms into a robot, the Daileon.
Wow.
Yeah, I scored it at TF Nation a few years ago, which is the big Transformers convention. I had been bodily needing that toy since I was a child and I was watching Jaspion on TV, and I couldn't get that toy, right? And I saw the Daileon and I was like, I want it, and could never find it. Had given up on it because on eBay when you went looking for it, it was like £300.
Yeah.
$200. It still is, because plot twist, the Daileon and a bunch of other mecha and tokusatsu diecast toys got released in the 80s in the West, and it was literally repackaged toys. They were not a separate production run or anything, so they're identical to the originals. I'm pretty sure that the one that I got comes from there because I scored it for only £70 at TF Nation. So I was going through all the tables. I was not when something you wanted so much but it's so expensive that you've given up on it. And I saw it at the table, and my jaw dropped. And I started talking to the guy that was selling it. He was selling also a bunch of like Sentai and Rangers toys. And I was like, how much is this? And he was like, oh, it's £70. And I was like, what?
Sir.
70? And I bought it immediately from him and I started crying. I'm gonna grab it. Hang on. God. He's a weighty boy because he's full of diecast. Here he is. Obviously not, you can't see it, but imagine it. I'm gonna find a picture of him. Hang on. Where's it has the year printed somewhere. Can't remember where exactly. Oh, here it is. Bandai 1985.
Wow.
Yep. DX GC29 Daireon. Yep. Bandai Japan. And I'm gonna find a photo. I'm gonna share it with you. Hang on. Daileon. Daileon DX just beyond. Yeah, I totally should have had this ready, but hey. Is there a photo? Yeah, they've just released a Soul of Chogokin, which I was gonna get, and then I was very broke because I'm doing Robot University. So,
yeah.
Oops. It looks real good. Can't afford it. But it looks real good. Can't afford it, just like I can't afford the Jaspion Figuarts, which was a limited release. More on that in a second because it made me angry. You can find that for less than like £200 or whatever. I'm gonna send you this photo on Discord. Okay. Give me 2 seconds.
I'm still living in fury that they dropped the Sentai Figuarts line midway through releasing the Bokenders.
Midway.
So we got
oh my
red,
God.
blue, and black. They prototyped pink, yellow, and silver and never released them. And
That's horrible.
Bokenger is my favorite Sentai. They are. I have Deca Ranger Robo, but the only other robots that I have are the entire Bokenger robot line, which I did get as a lot from someone for about $200. I actually thought I was only getting the robots, the vehicles for the main robot, and then it arrived to me, and I'm like, oh, this is everything. Holy shit! But I have a lot of Bokenger stuff. I have both changers. I have the gun sword. I still need to get Silver's weapon. But I have some of the legacy Bokenger items, like I have the Bokenger Ranger keys, I have the Kyoryuger Bokenger battery, I have the Bokenger Tokyuger train. I like Bokenger a lot.
Cool.
So they released Red, and I bought him immediately because I love Boken Red. They released Blue and Black as a 2-pack, which is a thing they had never done before. But I was like, they were like, this is how we're doing Sentai figure arts. And I'm like, okay, that's not what you did with the Deca Rangers, but sure. Fine. I am going to buy both of them anyway, so you might as well give them to me in one box. And then they never released the rest of them. And I'm like, why would you do this to me? Why would you deprive me of my girls? And I guess Boken Silver, who I also like and would buy, but... if they had at least released Yellow and Pink, I would have the core team. It's like, either give me only the red, or give me all 5 of them. This is not hard.
I was very angry when Jaspion was only a limited online release. So you can usually not find him for less than like £100, £150, and that's if you're lucky.
Yeah.
If you're lucky. I sent you the picture of the dial and I put it up, by the way. So this is the one I have. It didn't come with a box, but it came with all the accessories. It turns into the ship. It has a lot of diecast metal. It shoots the fists because, of course, it's a 80s. Yeah, yes. It's an 80s robot. It's an 80s robot diecast, so obviously it's gonna shoot the fist. But it also has like a little thing when it's in ship mode where you can like basically shoot out Jaspion's vehicles. They come as tiny, less than 1 centimeter long little cute. Plasticky bits. They're so cute. Virgo Mega is having to dip. Oh, no worries. Thank you so much for being here, and thanks for the health redeems.
Yes,
and hope you have a good day at work tomorrow, and that you have a good rest. And also, Same Server was saying that that was an incredibly powerful Maru moment. I'm gonna take away the Dileon now. But I have it on my desk. It's very chunky. It's a chunky boy, kind of heavy. It has a lot of beautiful diecast. But yeah, I want to tell you now about the final item in my collection, the most cursed thing I own.
Oh no!
Because I've taken you to the heights of scoring a Metal Hero toy I never thought I would even touch randomly for a decent amount of money. Now I'm going to take you to the lowest depths. Now, the year that I got my housemate into Tokusatsu and her brother, I started introducing them to a bit of the history of Toku adaptations. You know, they knew about Power Rangers. I showed them a bit of VR Troopers, which sucks, but it's hilarious. And it has a talking dog, so you know. I think it's a talking dog. Anyway, there's a dog. There's a dog in there. The dog is good. But then I showed, they were really into Rider. They got really into Rider, and I was like, okay, you need to know. You deserve to know the truth, my child. You deserve to know the truth
where this is going.
about what the West did to Kamen Rider. So, I showed them some Saban's Masked Rider.
Yeah, there we go.
We watched a couple episodes. It became a meme with us. Like I think like one of them gave the other like a Saban's Masked Rider DVD for Christmas, and then both of them pulled together to get me for Christmas. I'm gonna send you the DM to get me this.
Yes, of course.
I'm gonna show it.
Of course,
I'm gonna show
the most cursed lad.
the most cursed thing in the world. There it is.
The
I
most
have this.
cursed of all boys.
I have it mint on card.
Oh wow.
I don't keep things mint on card, but
you don't want
as
to
I said
unleash
when I
that into
received
your
it,
home, though.
well, that's the thing. As I said when I received it, the evil must be contained.
Yes.
So
you
if
can't
you're not
release
aware,
that energy into your home.
yeah. If you're not aware, when they adapted Kamen Rider Black RX and inelegantly spliced bits of the Kamen Rider J movie and Kamen Rider Zo, I believe as well, and Jan Person, I think. Anyway, they added an elf-like creature because they made the show into a sitcom. They made Kamen Rider into a sitcom, and so the main character was this alien boy who lived among humans, and he didn't know how humanity worked. Oh, isn't that kooky? And he lives with this standard 90s sitcom family, but also he brought with him his pet from his homeworld, who is Ferbus, who is this duck elf thing that runs around.
So horrible.
He's like a horrible gremlin, but he's kind of gross. He's not even funny, and he's always he kind of sort of talks, but he's all he basically says is the main character's called Dex, so he's like, "Rah, Dex." It's terrible, and so that's the pinnacle of my Toku collection. I have that presiding over everything else. Because what is more emblematic of tokusatsu than weird shit like this? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I have a couple Sentai changers. I don't have a lot of rider belts. I have I have the double driver, I have Ghost Driver. I have both I have Garen and Liangle's drivers, and I have Blade's sword. I also have the super special Garen set that was released a couple years ago. The why can I not think of what that line is called? The really, really nice ones that are $300. What's the name of it? It's Special Selection something, no? The Complete Selection. The Complete Selection Modification. The CSM. Yeah. I have the CSM Garen set because for some reason the GameStop that a friend of mine works in was selling it. And he's like, I know how much you love Garen, which I do. He's like, I will use my employee discount. And it took off a significant chunk because it's percent based. And off of something that's $300, it takes a decent chunk. So I got a pretty good deal on that. I've never taken it out because I don't have anywhere to put it right now. But so I also have the DX Garen and Liangle, and then I have the Blade Rouser. So I have his sword. I have the Force Riser from 01 because again I love Metsuko Jinrai. I adore them. Look, they made an angsty purple scorpion man. I never stood a chance. I never stood a chance. So I think I also have the wizard belt. I think I also have the wizard belt. Yeah, because a couple people were just selling those for relatively cheap. So I'm like, yeah, I want those belts. If you're selling them for $30, I'll buy it. They've got no box and anything, so.
I have a question about the wizard belt. Does it activate, because it has the ring, right? Does it use some kind of NFC stuff, near field?
Yeah, I think that's what it is with those. Because I don't think it's an RFID chip like it is with O's. Because I know the metals are an RFID chip, but I think for Wizard it's like a near field kind of thing. I haven't played with it too much because I got it around the time I didn't move houses, but I moved from one room in my house to a different room in my house. For dumb reasons that amount to I needed a proper office, and this room was better for it. So I lost a lot of the shelf space that I had, and a lot of my stuff is still kind of packed up, but actually, okay, my one weird tokusatsu toy that is kind of like the weirdest thing in my collection is I really loved Onari in Kamen Rider Ghost. I really loved he just the monk that lived with Ghost.
Oh yeah.
I loved him. He's now a model in New York.
Wow. That's amazing.
He's a great guy. He's very sweet. He's also non-binary. He came out as non-binary after Ghost, around the time that he went to New York. But apparently he was weirdly popular enough that there was a series of like little gachapon figures, and there's 2 figures of him in that set, and I managed to get that set. So I also have like the icon that they released for him, but I have the 2 little gachapon figures of him that exist. And like one of them is him yelling, and the other is him doing like a weird Matrix pose, because they're like weird memes from the show. But that is my like weird. I never thought I would find them. I just found them on Mandarake one day. They happened to be there, and it was like $6 for the set, and I'm like, heck yeah, give them to me, bring it on.
Oh, Mandarake owns.
Yes.
Mandarake owns very hard. That's how I got a lot of my Hibiki stuff really cheap. Except I have the poster, the official. You know how each Kamen Rider show has like an official poster? Yeah. I have the official poster for Hibiki. It's huge, and it cost me about like $60.
Oh wow.
And that was a good price for it, and I was willing to pay it because it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't have any transformation devices. Mainly because, like, again, I was like, I can't go down that route just now. Maybe one day if I have a big house. But, like, I mean, if I wanted any, I would probably get, like, some of the X8 ones, some of the, probably some of the, like, I could definitely go in on some ride watches or whatever. Yeah. But obviously, the first port of call would be Hibiki, and that's the problem.
Yeah. I do have a lot of the gimmick items. I don't have all of the belts, because I don't have the space or money for that, but from double through Saber. I don't have any stamps from Red Ice yet, but I have at least one gimmick toy from every, like, I have all of the Gaia memories, and I have, I have Skull, I have the main 6, I have Skull, and I have Bomb, because Bomb was the one that Shroud used. So I got one of those. I have a Scorpion core medal, I think and I have the Amazon core medal. I have the pen switch from Forze, and I have the one that came with the little French fry robot, because I love that thing. So I got the little French fry robot. I have a bunch of wizard rings. I have the Ankh Lockseed. It is the only Lockseed I have, but they did like Legacy Rider Lockseeds, because that's what they do.
Oh after. Yeah, I have the Hibiki one.
Yeah, so I have the Ankh one, that a friend of mine got me as a gift.
Nice. I didn't know there was an Ankh one. That's cool.
I have the Dream Vegas and Dimension Cab shift cars from Drive, because those were the only ones that they gave any real personality, and I cosplayed Dream Vegas. Well, I made like a Gijinka Dream Vegas, and a friend of mine did Dimension Cab, and we cosplayed them one summer for Okan.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was... the photos we have from that are incredible. I will have to show you sometime.
Thanks for the health redeems.
Drive is Ghost. I have a handful of Takeru's icons. I have all of the icons that Makoto used. So I have a handful of icons. I have the like mass-produced Gashat that they did in X-Aid that Nico used.
Oh yeah.
When she got to be a writer. I have that one, and I have the actor voice for Taiga of his Gashat of what the heck is it called? It's like halfway up my wall, so I can't see the name on it. The Common Rider Snipe Gashat. It's a little smaller than the normal ones, but it has like voice lines from him in it, so I wanted that one.
I love Kamen Rider Snipe.
So do I. The suit is ugly as sin, but I love him as a character.
He kind of, I mean, it kind of work like with the aesthetic of X8. It's kind of good. I kind of like it. I don't know.
It grew on me because I love him so much. But Bang Bang Shooting, that was the name of his.
Bang Shooting.
He's so
my friend Tiny, my checksum Tiny Cryptid is saying, "Oh, I've heard of his like I forgot to read these. This is about Ferbus. I've heard of his exploits. I wish I hadn't, but nonetheless, vile creature safely contained."
True.
True. Ferbus is terrible. Yeah, I have a couple of switches because a while ago when we were really into Telku, I bought the 4 main switches of the main Astro switches, like the Gashapon versions, and I got 2 and I gave 2 to my ex-housemate, like as a to represent our friendship. And then we got a bunch of lock seeds, so I have like I think I have orange, and my ex-housemate has Christmas, and she puts it in the Christmas tree every year. And I got I have the Hibiki one, which is on the Hibiki Shrine, which has basically mostly like a lot of Gashapon toys of Hibiki, like one that is just a helmet, a couple that are just chibis, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. I also have the Final Form Ride Hibiki that turns into a hawk and into a drum. And what's the other one that I have up there? Oh yeah, and I also have like another one that is just like it's another trading figure of Hibiki that is just like an articulated figure. And in the middle there is like a space where I'm gonna put the figure right standard when I build it. I have had it for a while, but I just haven't built it. And in the background from all of it, I bought in Mandarake again a price item, which is a little towel that has like those like tiny towels that are like black and white, and they're like in this kind of like Japanese like inked kind of style. Yeah, and it's that of Hibiki like saluting.
Oh, nice.
And kind of in the background in the IKEA Detolf shelf. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. That's above the Gridman shelf. That's at the top of my Detolf. And
I have the comic full bottle. A lot of if there is like a comics or like a drawing gimmick item, I will always get that one because I'm an artist. Nice. So I have the comic full bottle from Build, and I have the orange full bottle that a friend sent me as a gift. I have the metallic version of the orange full bottle for obvious reasons. I have the Blade and Garen ride watches because I have a full Kamen Rider Blade has like a dedicated shelf. I am missing only one Blade figure arts, and I think it's Blade Jack form. So I have both of the Broken Helmet. I have the Blade and Garen Broken Helmet versions. I have like the full. I bought all the bikes because Garen was bundled with his bike, so then I needed all 4 of them. So I have like I have a full collection. So I have the Blade and Garen ride watches. I have a small handful of the Progrise keys. I have Rising Hopper. I have Sting Scorpion. I have the whole Ames set that they released. That is Shooting Wolf and like Wolf, Cheetah. It has Naki's key in it, and I think it has Guy's keys in it, which I don't care to have, but I wanted the rest of the set, and a friend got it for me as a gift. So I also love the Ames characters. I love Yua and Fua. So I have a good handful of Progrise keys, and then I have the Metsubo Jinrai book for Saber, like the books that they put in their belt. As they went into Saber, they released like a little Metsubo Jinrai one, and then I have a Heisei Riders one that was from an issue of Telebi-kun. So I have a couple of those. And then I don't have any of the Revice stamps yet, but I'll get there. I'll get there.
Nice.
So
I'm
through Phase 2 Heisei into Reiwa, I have at least one gimmick item.
That is really impressive. I'm basically saving myself for like my next thing that I need from Hibiki is because I have like some figures for I have like those like tiny SIC figures they did a while ago or whatever. But the thing that I want is I also have like the cheap mass market non-DX versions of like Hibiki's belt and drumsticks. But what I bodily need is the morpher, the changer.
Oh,
you know,
yes,
tuning
yes.
fork.
I feel that in my soul because I love that thing.
Yeah. And for those of you who don't know, Hibiki had the weird combination of not being very popular and also being literally this year 17 years old. So the problem with that is that because it aired in 2005. So the problem with that is that a lot of the toys are very rare because they didn't make enough and they're also old. So if you want to get the henshin device for Hibiki, you're usually looking at least like $150 at least.
Yeah.
And it's not a belt. It's not like a full belt. It's just like a small tuning fork that makes sounds.
Yeah.
And
so you have to be lucky enough to have one actually turn up, and then it's gonna be expensive. Yeah. Like.
I mean, they always have it on Mandarake, but I can never afford it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. Like they do have it in Mandarake, but it's never in my price range because yet I'm just like, oh, I should buy other things with that, like food.
Yeah. Oh, actually, here is the highest point of my collection that I just remembered that I had these because these are in my closet because I have nowhere to display them at the moment. Is I have 3 Bokenger jackets. I have red, yellow, and black. Again, it is so rare. I also have cast and crew t-shirts from Tokyo Dome City from stage shows. I have 2 of those. But it is so rare that the jackets come up that I have not been able to find pink, blue, and silver. And I at least want pink, but I at least want the main 5, but pink, blue, and silver just have not come up in any of the time that I've been collecting.
Wow. That is, your collection sounds so impressive. I feel like I have like disadvantaged myself by focusing in the last like 5 years.
No, I mean, like, honestly, at this point, I have a lot of figure arts, and I've never really gotten rid of any of them, so I have a lot of them just amassed, and a lot of them were gifts over the years. But the biggest part of my collection, honestly, is like keychains. I got really into keychains. So there are a couple, somewhere in the depths of my Twitter, there are some photos of my office and my desk area where I have an entire wall that is just Rider and Sentai keychains.
Nice. Yeah, I've seen that, and I was well impressed. Oh, I just remember I'm going through. I brought up Mandarake to see if I could find the tuning fork. They actually don't have it in stock that I can see, but I just wanted to like see what price it was. But I did see the other pride of my collection is I have the Kamen Rider Hibiki photo book.
Ooh.
And it's really beautiful. It's basically a lot of like official photos that they took during the shooting of each episode. Ooh. So basically, it will be literally like be a photo of maybe the main like for each episode of the first 30. Then for the latter 30, it's like the last like 5th of the book is about the latter part of Hibiki. But most of the book is about the first 29, 30 episodes. And for each episode, it has multiple photos that are clearly taken as the scenes were being shot. Like, they shot a scene and then they were like, hey, everybody, look this way for the photo album. And it's lovely.
So cool.
It's really sweet because they kind of have the feeling of in-universe family snaps.
Oh.
Which is super precious. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the cheapest I've ever found the tuning fork was 6,000 yen in Mandarake, if it's in stock. It's not in stock right now, and that's fairly good because normally you would.
That's not terrible, but
no.
Yeah, no, I have a bunch of photo books. I know I have at least 2 Bokender ones. I have the Kiva movie photo book. I have a couple of 01 photo books. I have one of the Metsubo Jinrai ones. I have one that is recaps of every episode, and some of it is just frames from the episodes, and then some of it is like on-set stuff. I have the Kamen Rider Skull photo book that I think they made alongside of like the Nobody's Perfect single. That I was like, yeah, obviously I need that. I have the G3 Princess photo book from Go Onger. The 2 girls on the team and the villainess from that show. There are a couple instances in the show where they form an idol group. And they did a photo book for that idol group. The G3 Princess stuff is always... Actually, they also, in one episode, they have all of the guys then make a boy band called G5 Prince. Alongside of G3 Princess. It's very funny.
Amazing.
It's so good. But G3 Princess has a photo book, and I have that. I have a Ryu Soldier photo book. Like, I have just a handful of them because I love stuff like that. And I actually have a couple of, this is very strange, but these are meant for like 4 or 5-year-olds. I have a Bokender one and a Kuga one. That they're just these like little cardboard books meant for like little kids to help them learn to read.
Aw.
But I'll end up in like a book off, and they'll be like $4 for these. So if I see one, I'll just grab one, because they cost almost nothing. And they're super cute, and every now and then I'll go through and just like make sure that I know all of my hiragana.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a hiragana table behind my monitor that I look at it. My hiragana, I got better with my hiragana. My katakana, I learned my katakana decades ago. Literally decades ago.
See, my hiragana is very good. My katakana is terrible. I only know about like half of it.
See, here's my life hack for katakana is this. This is going to be completely useless, but this was my life hack. My life hack was get really into Japanese video games and into like weeb stuff during the PlayStation 1 era. Have a chipped PlayStation 1 and have easily obtainable pirated PS1 games, aka live in Latin America or certain parts of Asia, and then just have a good time learning katakana because it helps you navigate the menus. That's it. I realized that katakana was the easiest thing that I could learn to start with because it was mainly just like English words and the names of characters and stuff.
It's like 90% loan words, so it's really like it's very easy to read. It's just I can never remember like any of the like non-new nay. For some reason those a lot of the T group, a lot of the M group, and like half of the S group. I just escape my brain. The rest of it I'm fine. Like the vowel sounds, ka I'm fine with. But just like half of it escapes my brain.
Yeah, I don't know. Katakana just like became imprinted with me because I just like it just became so useful to reading menus and character names. Especially because I was like really into Final Fantasy at the time, and so Final Fantasy characters don't tend to have Japanese names, and even if they do, they will write them in katakana a lot of the time.
And I think that's the thing is when I was learning, there was a lot less that I was reading that was katakana, so it didn't stick quite the same way. But I'll get it. I'll get it eventually.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm still learning with hiragana, but I'm surprising myself that I'm kind of managing. Funnily enough, the 3 characters that confuse me a lot in katakana are I'm just looking at them. They are ne, wa, and re because they're very similar.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy. I wanted to ask you about Final Fantasy 14.
Yes.
Did you play like I feel like with Final Fantasy XIV, there's usually two types of people that play Final Fantasy XIV, which is a funny thing to say, considering that it's such a popular, but it's such a popular MMO, that has a free trial going all the way up to level 60, including the award-winning expansion Heavensward, with no limit in time. So there's two kinds of people that play Final Fantasy XIV: people that were already Final Fantasy fans, or people who have never played any Final Fantasy games. And that's okay. Either way is okay. Neither way is better than the other. But I wanted to ask you which one you were.
I am more the second than the first. I've played a couple. I've played about half of 8, and when I was young, I watched my cousins play all of 10. So I'm familiar with 8 and 10, and I know 7 through cultural osmosis.
Yeah, of course.
I was on the internet in the time that 7 was very popular. So I know, but I had never played like a lot of it. I haven't played most of them. So I'm more the second than the first, but I'm not completely unfamiliar with Final Fantasy before I started playing 14. I keep wanting to call the Hrothgar. When the Hrothgar were introduced, I got really excited because I loved Kimahri in Final Fantasy X.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, they're bringing in the Ronso. So that was really exciting. I technically had started playing during Stormblood, but I only played for a couple of months because I didn't know anyone playing at the time, and I got kind of bored. Because I had a very bad experience with the first dungeon trying to play with strangers, and then I was afraid to go into anything with strangers. So I didn't know anyone playing, so I stopped playing for a while, and then I started playing again in the middle of 2020. I had bought it for me and my friend at the end of at the sale during Christmas 2019, and then we ended up kind of starting in the spring or early summer of 2020.
Cool. So so it's one thing you may have noticed about me is that sometimes I'm a fan of something for a long time without necessarily consuming all of it, because I am that kind of ADHD kind of nerd. So
I feel that.
I've been playing 14 since before Heavensward came out, but that makes it sound like I'm an expert veteran. That's not the case, because if you want to know, I'm actually still going through Stormblood in terms of story mode, because I'm very slow at playing games and getting through things. So I got into it because a friend of mine wanted to play it, and at the time that I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, around Reborn, I hadn't finished all of them, but I had played every numbered Final Fantasy that came before it for at least several hours, and I had finished, I think the only ones that I hadn't finished then, it's still the case, I have never finished 2, 3, or 4. I think. Yeah. But I had played and finished all the rest. So I was ready to love it. I didn't fully love it right away because I tried to play with a controller, which is an ordeal. Yeah. Then I started getting into it, and then my friends, Giselle and Skylarka, who are checksums here, who are also good friends of mine, they got me into the game, and I was playing it with them for ages. But then the problem was time zones. So I managed to get to Heavensward, and then I kind of tapped out because I was staying up until like 3 a.m. playing the game. And eventually, a few years later, this was like 3 years ago, a few friends of mine started playing it, and there was like a bunch of them, and we have our own free company now. And that got me back into the game, and I was playing it with someone that was very close to me at the time as well. And I got through Heavensward. Do you know what Heavensward did for me? I have always been a science fiction person more than fantasy, if we must make that division, that separation. But I was never super into fantasy. I like some fantasy, but Heavensward made me care about dragons. I've never understood the fascination with dragons. And then I played Heavensward, and I'm like, I get it. I love these friggin' dragons and their dumb stories, and the fact that Final Fantasy, as of Heavensward, finally has canonical vor. Canonical vor.
I mean,
There's
it does.
canonical vor in Final Fantasy. It does. It's canon. It's in there. It literally happened.
It sure did. It is a major part of the plot of Heavensward. Is that there
it's
is
a plot
vor.
point. There's vor. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, the award-winning expansion to the award-winning MMO. Hope you like vor.
They give that away for free.
They give the vor away for free now. We had to pay for the vor. We had to pay.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, we had to pay 30 quid to Square Enix for the benefit and privilege of
getting the Dragon Vor. And now they just give it away for free.
God, oh my God. Yep, there's vor in there. I loved Heavensward. Didn't want it to end this ward. Anyway, and then I played Stormblood, and I finished it a while ago. But I become much slower at doing MSQ because like I kept going like, oh, I'll level a side class. But here's the thing, I get really bored of leveling. I find leveling, the level grind, even if it is done really well in 14, I still find it too grindy and too repetitive. And so I'm not the kind of person that if I, you know, I'm very busy between Robert University, work, and being a virtual idol and superhero. I'm very busy. If I'm going to dedicate 2 hours of my day to a game, I need to get something out of it. So I can't just do, like, I mean, if I'm doing dungeons with friends, that's one thing. But to level classes. But if I'm not, I'm just like, okay, I'm just kind of sort of here. So
like, especially the early level grind for the Realm Reborn classes, getting to 20 and then getting 20 to 30 isn't bad, but getting from like 30 to 50, like 1 to 20 and 30 to 50 are both like, they're so rough. Past that, it's generally fine because there's a lot of stuff you can do that they're just like, we will give you a ton of XP for this because no one wants to do it.
Oh, sorry, I'm just reading. Tiny Cryptid says, every once in a while I peripherally learn something new about the Final Fantasy franchise.
Yes. Thunderbird said, Dragonborn was not what I was expecting when I tuned into this collab.
Welcome. I hope you're enjoying
here
it.
we
By
are.
welcome, I mean, here we are. This is it. My thing with it is that, you know, it's just that even though there is a lot of stuff that gives you good XP, it's like, I'm the kind of person that likes switching classes a lot and whatever. But what I did is a while ago, I got a bit of money and they were on sale. So I got a bunch of level boosts that I hope will take me through the Stormblood patch content, through Shadowbringers, and the patch content and to Endwalker. Because I got a red mage that was my main. And now I have the level boost for like white mage, summoner, and dark knight. And I feel between those, I'll have enough variety.
Yeah, I think you basically at that point have something in like every bracket, in like every type of class bracket. So, like my main classes. Actually, Joe just asked us what classes do we main. You main red mage. I primarily main dancer. Up through Stormblood, I was maining Summoner and Scholar, and I was switching between both depending on what I was doing. Solo content, I was doing Summoner. Content with other people, I was doing Scholar, because they level together, and I didn't want to be doing solo content as a healer, because in early game, that sucks. Because early game, you don't have a lot of damage you can do as a healer, which makes solo content very, very hard. But I am, in my heart, a healer main, so I mained Scholar pretty much up through... I had gotten Scholar and Summoner to, and at the time, level cap was 80, up through Stormblood. When I finished Stormblood, I had Summoner Scholar at 80. I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I was 10 levels ahead by the end of Stormblood, but I was. So I picked up Dancer to dump my experience into during Shadowbringers, and I ended up really liking Dancer. So Dancer is kind of my DPS alternative, and now as Sage has come out in Endwalker, I really, really love Sage even more than I did Scholar. I just think it's a little more exciting. So I am primarily a sage main with a dancer sub main at this point.
I'm gonna interrupt this because I will talk about my classes, but I need to take an idle break. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I also need to take a little bit of a break, so we will be right back.
Cool. Thank you.
Hey, bitch, you want some spaghetti?
I'm gonna let God fix it. Because if I fix it, I'm going to jail.
You looking for some adult content? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm as spicy as milk, boy!
If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you eat an animal? Well, it is bold of you to assume that I wouldn't eat a person.
Sometimes I genuinely feel like if I don't get praise, I will die.
Well, it's really good that you can recognize that.
It's really good. I did really good.
Did you just flirt with me? Have been for the past year. But thanks for noticing.
I put the fires out. You made them worse. Worse? Or better?
Good morning. Remember, if your community doesn't have a local urban legend, then you have a new job opportunity.
Hey, bitch, you want some spaghetti?
I'm gonna let God fix it. Because if I fix it, I'm going to jail.
You looking for some adult content? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm as spicy as milk, boy!
If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you eat an animal? Well, it is bold of you to assume that I wouldn't eat a person.
Sometimes I genuinely feel like if I don't get praise, I will die.
Well, it's really good that you can recognize that.
It's really good. I did really good.
Did you just flirt with me? Have been for the past year. But thanks for noticing.
I put the fires out. You made them worse. Worse? Or better?
Good morning. Remember, if your community doesn't have a local urban legend, then you have a new job opportunity.
Hey, bitch, you want some spaghetti?
I'm gonna let God fix it. Because if I fix it, I'm going to jail.
You looking for some adult content? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm as spicy as milk, boy!
If you wouldn't eat a person, why would you eat an animal? Well, it is bold of you to assume that I wouldn't eat a person.
Sometimes I genuinely feel like if I don't get praise, I will die.
Well, it's really good that you can recognize that.
It's really good. I did really good.
Did you just flirt with me? Have been for the past year. But thanks for noticing.
I put the fires out. You made them worse. Worse? Or better?
Good morning. Remember, if your community doesn't have a local urban legend, then you have a new job opportunity.
Hey, bitch, you want some spaghetti?
I'm gonna let God fix it. Because if I fix it, I'm going to jail.
You looking for some adult content? Well, you came to the wrong place. I'm as spicy.
Hello, we're back.
We're back. Sorry. Yeah, we were talking about the classes that we main. So you were saying that, yeah, now it is your Sage main with Endwalker. Cool. I did Realm Reborn. I just picked one class to just get through Realm Reborn, and I did Monk, and I had a good time. Monk is fun. And then when I started Heavensward, I was like, okay, I want to do a different class, and I wanted to do Dragoon, and my friends said, don't do Dragoon, Dragoon sucks. So I was like, okay, I want to do something that is at least related to Ishgard in some vague way, and so I did Dark Knight, and I had a good time with Dark Knight. But then when they reworked tanks for, I think it was for Shadowbringers, they did the tank rework, which basically super simplified tanking at the time, and I had just started to get half decent at Dark Knight, and then they did that, and suddenly it was Baby Town, and I have a friend. My friend Skylarka is my friend and music producer. Skylarka is a career. Have fun, you two, says Kenta. Bye, Kenta. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for coming, Kenta.
Yes. Yeah. See you soon. What was I gonna say? Yeah. So I played Dark Knight, and then it became Baby Town, and people like my friend Skylarka was a career tank, and she was like super upset because she was like, "Oh, I basically can't play tanks now because there's barely any skill involved." I couldn't, that's kind of how it felt at the time.
Yeah.
So, after I finished Heavensward, I switched. You may notice I switch my classes depending on the story more than anything because it's such a story-heavy game.
Reasonable.
Yeah, and so I was like, okay, if I'm gonna finish the Dragon Song War, I want to be a Dragoon. So I became a Dragoon, and you know what? That was the right choice to be a Dragoon, to finish that story. And honestly, I kind of wish I had played all of Heavensward as a Dragoon because it makes sense. So, then when I got to Stormblood, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be Samurai. And then I was like, no, I think Red Mage is more my style because the problem with Samurai was a mechanical one. Samurai, at least, not an end game play, but at that level of play, Samurai is very similar to Dragoon. It works mechanically very similarly. Yeah. So I was like, oh, I've just done Dragoon for like all the patch content, and I don't want to do this again. So I went to Red Mage, and I basically made Red Mage since, because Red Mage is really fun and it's really varied as well because it's distance DPS, it's melee for a short hot minute, it has a bit of a heal, it's kind of, it's
you get to do a lot with Red Mage.
Yeah.
Red Mage is I've leveled a couple other classes to 80, and Red Mage is one of them. Red Mage, Samurai. I've leveled to 80. Oop, there goes my cat. He was here with me for a minute, and now he doesn't want to be. But I had a lot of fun learning Red Mage. I'm nervous about going back to Summoner, just because Summoner changed completely. Summoner is essentially a new class as of Endwalker. They completely rehauled it, and I'm like, I am not going to know how this works anymore. So I'm a little nervous about going back to it. Yeah. Thankfully, Scholar, which I've done a little bit of, and Dancer didn't change much. All of the changes to Dancer were basically quality of life changes that just make it easier to switch between your single target and your AoE rotations, which is nice. You can kind of seamlessly move between them. So my main classes didn't change all that much with Endwalker. So thankfully I'm in a pretty good place. I only had to really learn Sage, which is very similar to Scholar. So the learning curve was not very steep. And it's Scholar but more exciting, and Eos doesn't embarrass me in public.
Oh god. I'm glad that I didn't start with Summoner. The reason why I wanted to Summoner is because, basically, when I bought those 3 level boosts, I bought the one for Dark Knight because I was like, okay, this is a tank I already know at least a little bit about, so I can just keep going with that. I bought White Mage because I was like, I want to do the pure, direct kind of healer with no complicated mechanics for a newbie because I've never done healing. And I picked Summoner because I've wanted to play a Summoner in a Final Fantasy MMO since before a Final Fantasy MMO was launched, because I got into fantasy stuff with Magic Knight Rayers, and I got into fantasy stuff through the character of Ascot, and each character in Magic Knight Rayers, each of the villains has a character class that is directly based on Final Fantasy, and one of them is a Summoner, and I was like, oh, he's really cool. And then it ended up that in like Final Fantasies 8, 9, and 10, summoning was very important, and especially in 9 and 10, summoners were very important, just like they were in 4. So, even more, I would say, than they were in 4. So, I was like really into that idea. And then Final Fantasy 11 came out, and I didn't play it because it was the early 2000s and it was a different time. But although I did play Final Fantasy 11 for a 30-day trial, that's a story for another day. But ever since I started with 14, I was like, oh, I want to be a summoner. I want to be a summoner. And my friends were like, no, you're a noob. You're gonna not have a good time with summoner. And I picked monk, and I had a good time with monk. But now that I have a lot of experience under my belt, literally and figuratively in Final Fantasy 14, I want to be a summoner. I like summoning people and having a horn.
Yeah.
I want to be horny Maru.
At low levels is not that difficult. It's when you get to like probably around Stormblood and you just have a lot of buttons. And honestly, even if as long as you're not doing like super high level content, it's not that bad. I mean, I don't know how it is now. I've heard it's better actually now than it was. Like the way that Summoner works now is actually a lot better and more intuitive. So I'm just nervous because I learned Summoner a certain way and I've forgotten most of it, I think, so it'll probably be fine. But oh, but
yeah,
God,
I'm really
Magic
curious
Knight
about
Rayearth.
it.
My heart.
Rayearth is good.
Yes.
In case it's not super obvious, and I understand why it might not be. Like, one of the many influences on my character design is Hikaru.
Yes, actually, one of the influences on my character design is Alcyone.
Heck yes, love Alcyone.
My girl.
Oh my god, Alcyone is good. I'm glad that back in the day when I watched Rayearth originally, I was a teenager. I was a dirtbag teenager, and I didn't know shit. But season 2 of Rayearth is really good.
Yes. Oh my god.
I rewatched it last year, and I had not rewatched it since the 90s. And let me tell you, it's good. It remains good. It's better than it used to be because you know what it is now? It's unique. It's really unique. And it's got a lot of interesting stuff in there. Has a lot of stuff about gaslighting in there. That's really well written.
Yeah.
It's really good.
A thing that even back in the day and even now I really don't see people talk about with Rayearth is how fucked up the shit Clef did is.
Yep.
He did a lot of fucked up shit. That was definitely intended from the beginning, especially like early in the manga when like the girls first get there and are asking about what's going on. He's got these like weird moments of hesitation and I'm like, "Oh, you know how bad you fucked up. You know what you're sending the three of them to do, and you know how it's your fault that it ended up like this."
Yep. And the thing that I understood now in this rewatch and rereading the manga is that I feel like back in the day, and this used to be a thing in a lot of weeb fandoms, you were like, oh, you usually assume that there was a manga that was then adapted into an anime, right? Because that's what happened with a lot of stuff, like Dragon Ball or Saint Seiya or Sailor Moon. There's the manga, and then there's the anime adaptation. But for a lot of productions, that's actually much more complicated. And for Rayearth, it was like, yes, the first bit of the manga, the first half of part 1 was definitely made before the anime. But then part 2 was made almost entirely after the second part of the anime ended airing. And also part 2 of the anime and the last third of the first season of part 1 were written by Nanase Okawa from Clamp. So it's actually legitimate Clamp stuff. It's not just an adaptation.
They were still writing it. And like that's a lot of stuff at that time, especially, longer anime where you've got like 52 episode arcs and stuff. This is why we end up with a lot of filler arcs and things, because they're kind of running concurrently to one another. And they're like, well, I can't just hand you the manga chapters that I haven't written yet. And that's kind of why Full Metal Alchemist has 2 separate anime, because she didn't want like whole filler arcs in Full Metal Alchemist, so she's just like, yeah, this is where we're at. This is kind of my vague concept for where I'm going with it. you guys just write your own second half, and I'll write mine, and we'll handle it later.
Yeah, pretty much. And with Rayeth, it was much more of a kind of collaborative kind of thing because it was Clamp's first major. It was their first anime TV series.
Yeah.
And they were so highly regarded as newcomers that they managed to be very involved. And season 2 is just classic 90s Clamp writing. It's terrific.
Yes.
And Alcione has a lot more screen time. I mean, she gets done dirty, but at the same time, she gets more than she has in the manga. In the manga, she's like,
oh god,
blink
in the
and you
manga,
miss
she's
it.
not even in the second half. They don't, like,
No.
she's barely in the first half. Like,
Yeah.
the first half she gets kind of like three little cycles where she's kind of making her way through the story, and then it all kind of falls apart for her. And I really like that they gave her kind of this, they really examine, again, how Clef once again fucked someone over in the second half of the show, and how she really just, she felt strongly about someone, and a lot of people used that to fuck her over.
Yeah, she's a very, in the anime, she's such a tragic character. Like, you feel so bad for her. Like, she got screwed over by Clef, then screwed over by Sagato, and then screwed over by Debonair.
Yeah.
And it's so unfair.
Like it's a shame that they, couldn't let her live through it, but
yeah.
Honestly,
yeah.
I can say that about quite a few people in season 2.
Yeah. But yeah, like, the feeling that I had when I watched season 2 last year, I was like, and I'm gonna say this, and this is literally something I'm saying just for me, but see Sojiro said at 84, I was right. Rayers is better than Escaflowne. Screw you. There we go. I used to get into, in the early 2000s, I was in Final Fantasy message boards. We had the raging wars between Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII fans. But I had a personal, constant war with someone that was at the time a friend of mine who did not like Revolutionary Girl Utena, and he did not like Magic Knight Rayers. And he said that Rayers was basically like Escaflowne, but bad. And Escaflowne has not aged well in certain ways. The animation is obviously beautiful. The music is by Yoko Kanno, sure. But there's a lot of aspects of it that are kind of sexist and kind of not great. And Rayers is doing something very different. And Rayers is like this weird combination of like isekai, high fantasy, magical girl with a bit of real robot and a bit of super robot. It's just like so mixed up.
Yeah.
And
they were just taking everything that they were into at the time, and we're like, we're just gonna do whatever we want. These are the things we like, and that's what we're putting in the story. And and again, they came out of being JoJo's Bizarre Adventure doujin artists, and everything that they've made mainstream is putting Jotaro and Kakyoin AUs out, just in the background of their stories, or sometimes
and Saint Seiya.
the
They were Saint Seiya fans.
Yes,
they made some Saint Seiya doujinshi. Oh, also, do you know what I found out last year? Okay, so this is very relevant to us. So, last year I managed to get my hands on the much coveted, seldom actually owned Clamp no Kiseki box set. Ooh. So, for those of you who don't know, Clamp no Kiseki was this like for Clamps, I think it was for their 25th anniversary as creators. So it was like 2003, 2002 or something. They came up with this series of magazines, and each magazine came with a few chess pieces.
Yes, I have a few of them. I think I have 2 of the sets of 3.
Yeah, so each magazine came with like 2 or 3. It was usually like 1 or 2 characters and then 1 pawn that was usually it was like a Mokona.
Yeah, it's the white and black Mokonas.
Yes. So, for ages I wanted to own all of it. I only owned the one for Tokyo Babylon, which is my favorite Clamp manga. But then I could never get it, and the English edition was impossible to find. To this day, but the book 1, issue 1 of the English edition is like impossible to find. You will find complete collections for exorbitant amounts of money, but issue 1 will not be there. But luckily, I'm multilingual, and last year I was trolling eBay, and I found that someone was selling the Spanish box set, and it came with a storage box, which is kind of falling apart, but it's because it's just cardboard. It came with the chessboard, and it came with all the issues and all of the pieces. So I actually have a complete set of pieces. It's not actually complete because in Japan, so this was released in like France, Italy, Spain, and Germany, and USA. But in Japan only, there was a few chess pieces. Like, you don't need them to complete the set because the set actually has a couple of duplicates. I think Kamui and Fuma are both the Black King, I believe.
Yeah.
Which works. Kamui and Fuma from X, that works because they're both Kamui.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of them that were limited to Japan, and we never got them. I think Ariel from Cardcaptor Sakura. Anyway, so but other than that, I have a full set. I can literally play clamp chess.
I am jealous.
Here's a fun bit. I think there was also a limited Ducleon one, which is not in the set, I believe. Oh no, that's a different line. Anyway, but I'm getting to Ducleon. So Ducleon is Clamp's delightful tokusatsu metal hero, especially parody manga. It's really funny. I also own it. But I was reading the Clamp no Kiseki magazines, and each of them has at least one interview with Clamp about the creation of the manga that is the subject of the specific issue. So I was reading the one about Rayearth. And they're interviewing them, and they're basically saying, oh, this was your first anime, and this was very much like, it came out like in this, like, you got hired by the magazine that did Sailor Moon because they were like, oh, you should do something a bit more mainstream and it will get you an audience, which was a good idea, and it did, and it worked. Nakayoshi maybe was the magazine. I can't remember. Anyway, I think so. And so, they in the interviewer is like, oh, were you into Magical Girl anime, or Magical Girl anime or manga? Were you like really into that or whatever? And Nanase Okawa says, and I'm going to translate to you what it says literally in the Spanish version. She says, I was never really that much into magical girls. I was always paying more attention to the special effects. Now, what's the word for special effects in Japanese?
It's tokusatsu.
It's tokusatsu. She's not saying that she was paying attention to the special effects in magical girl shows. She's saying that she was watching tokusatsu. And the translator did not catch it because the translator clearly did not know tokusatsu was like a specific
genre
thing aside. Yeah. So basically, she's saying that Clamp were less into magical girls and they were more into Toku.
Which makes sense, because I mean, like, even Sailor Moon came out of Sentai.
Especially the anime. I watched like Sailor Moon.
Her whole concept was like, I want to make a Sentai, but I want to make it about a bunch of girls.
Yeah, it's like, what if a Sentai was a bunch of idols, or idol-style characters, and it was a shoujo. Boom. Yeah. The result was Sailor Moon and money. Lots of money.
Like, like, tokusatsu is so inherent to anime in a way that I think a lot of anime fans just don't realize, because just up until very, very recently, like literally the past 3 years, tokusatsu just hasn't been as accessible. And I mean, I love Shout Factory for all of the work that they have done making Sentai, and now they're starting to make Rider more accessible. They've got a handful of Ultraman, but even Tsuburaya they're just releasing current Ultramans on YouTube. Like, it is becoming so much more accessible, and I think it's a lot of why we have seen such exponential growth in the past 5 years, because I know a lot of people came in on like Shinkenger and Gokaiger, but a lot of people came in on Gaim. Just an extremely exponential growth since then, and the degree that it has become more accessible, I think has really helped that growth, and I think slowly more and more, especially on the older end of anime fans, like who are in their 20s, I think are really discovering it a lot more and realizing just how much of an influence it has had on literally everything in the past like 30 years, if not longer.
Yeah, exactly.
Even longer.
And that's it.
than that.
That's like the emergence of the Evangelion is just Ultraman meme. I'm like,
Yes.
that's cool that people are saying that now, but 10 years ago, nobody said that because none of you bitches knew Ultraman. I didn't know Ultraman either, as well. I was just like, oh, Evangelion is just like a pastiche of Real Robot and Super Robot Mecha. I didn't even know, and I was watching Tokusatsu 10 years ago, so even I didn't know.
Yeah, it's like I knew that because I've never actually watched Evangelion. Just because I know about a lot of the things in Evangelion, and I'm like, not good for my mental health. I'm sure Evangelion is great, but my mental health can't take it. But I respect Hideki Anno so much, and I'm just like, now that everyone's like, oh yeah, Evangelion is just Ultraman, I'm like, well, obviously! Do you know this man?
Yep. Yep, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. It's like, but it's also, I feel for a Japanese audience that was always kind of obvious.
Oh yeah, because,
in a way that isn't for us.
It's so, it's part of their culture, the way that like Superman and Batman are part of like Western hero culture.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
My mom has never read a Batman comic in her life, but she knows who Batman is. She understands the Batman lore because it's just so culturally present.
Yeah, it's just like there, like a random Japanese person might not have watched Tokusatsu since they were a child 20 years ago, and if you ask them what is the Ultraman pose, they'll do the Ultraman pose because they know it, because it's just there. It's just there.
It's like,
so
again, when I was on vacation, I think this was, I forget exactly where I was, but I was outside of a mall, and there was a statue of OG Ultraman. And there was a little kid, maybe like 4, doing the pose in front of this statue. And like, this kid has definitely not watched OG Ultraman. They've maybe one of their parents has a DVD and they've seen an episode or two, but the kid is probably watching modern Ultraman. But they know. It's just, it's so ubiquitous in the culture that, of course, like, anyone in Japan watching Eva was like, oh yes, this is very obviously influenced by Ultraman. They'll watch, I don't know, they'll watch Digimon and be like, yeah, okay, here's all of the Kamen Rider references. Like, those things are just present. The same way that we would watch, I don't know what cartoons exist today, but, someone has a towel and they swing it in front of their face and we're like, oh yes, Batman. That's Batman. Like, it's just, it's part of, it's just where it is. It's part of the culture.
It's the same way that, like, a lot of, this happens a lot in anime and toku. Every now and again, you will see a bunch of mass-produced enemy soldiers or mecha, and there's one that has an antenna and it's red. And that's a Gundam reference. That's just in there, It's just in there. So, yeah, it's like, Toku is just like so massively, massively influential in a way that people, I think, didn't understand until very recently.
Yeah.
And, like, Clamp were very much influenced by it, and very much like you can't write something like Ducleon without knowing the genre very deeply. And they're massive nerds over there at Clamp Towers.
Oh god, yes.
So
they are not subtle about it. They do not even.
They are not.
They do not care to hide it. They have never tried to hide it in their lives.
No.
And I truly want to carry that energy forward in my life.
Yeah, I'm the same. That's what I wanted to say. A couple of years ago, I was watching Sailor Moon with somebody. I was rewatching the original series, because the original series of Sailor Moon, with all of its issues, it has such a impeccable aesthetic, and also directed by Kunihiko Ikuhara, so it's pretty good. It's pretty fun. But you know what I had never fully understood? It was only a couple of years ago rewatching this, having watched a feck ton of Sentai and Rider and from different eras and stuff. I was like, oh, of course, this is Toei Animation. This show is literally, it's not just, oh, they're 5 color-coded warriors that do poses and it's very Sentai that way. The narrative structure of the show is the narrative structure of a Toku season, where you have spotlight episodes for different characters, or maybe the spotlight episodes that are about the relationship between 2 of the main cast, right?
Yeah.
And there'll be a monster there, and they're developed through the challenge that they face together, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, wow. Rewatching Saturn Moon, I was like, this is just Sentai. This is literally...
This is absolutely a Toei hero show.
Yeah, it's 100% that. And it really works combining that with the romance and shoujo aspects.
Yes.
Yeah, it just really works. God.
Joe has a question for us. Have you seen or enjoyed any third-party Toku? I know you have watched a lot of Metal Hero.
Metal Hero is not third party.
But
no, it's all Toei. It's all Toei.
Is it? I thought there were a couple that aren't.
No, there's a couple of Metal Hero-like shows that are not part of the official Metal Hero series that are similar.
Okay.
But
maybe
they're not Toei. Metal Hero is like a series the way Super Sentai is a series.
Okay. For me, I think I can't think of any others specifically, but looping back to a question that we had started with, my very first tokusatsu was an ultra-alike called Iron King from the 70s. It's a disaster of a show. I love it dearly. I do want to watch more third-party Toku, because I know there are a lot of good ones out there. I do believe Cutie Honey the Live was Toei, so I'm not going to consider that third-party either.
That's Hideaki Anno as well.
Yes. Cutie Honey the Live is a buck wild Cutie Honey adaptation that follows nearly none of the typical Cutie Honey through line. It's a lot of Cutie Honey things that are mostly in name, but it's like my favorite Cutie Honey adaptation. I've seen a good handful of them now, and a lot of them, it's a lot of very similar stuff. Panther Claw is a very different beast in the live than it is in any other Cutie Honey that I have seen. But if you want a weird and wild Cutie Honey, check out the live.
I've been meaning to. I mean to check out any Cutie Honey at all. But the third-party Toku I've watched a couple episodes of Tomika Rescue Hero.
That's
not much of it.
To check out. I've heard good things.
Nice. And then I've seen, not recently, but back in the day when I was talking about Brazilian TV show in Tokusatsu, the other show that they brought over was Den no Keisatsu Cyber Cop, which was made by... It's not Toei. It's basically a sort of Sentai team of Metal Heroes, but again, it's not officially part of the Metal Hero franchise. Den no Keisatsu Cyber Cop. Cyber Cop has some amazing suit designs. It's Toho. It's the Godzilla people. Yeah. I'm gonna show.
I'm not surprised that they've got a couple. Just again because they are very deep in Tokusatsu. Doing kaiju stuff.
Well, the good news is that it got there's a full fan subtitled release now, in English. It was for ages available in Japanese. With Brazilian Portuguese subtitles because of the huge Brazilian fandom this show has. But then it wasn't available in English because it's not exactly known or major in any way. I'm sending you a picture. The suit designs were pretty good. The suit designs were great. I'm gonna show it on my stream so people can see it. Yeah. And so this was one I watched, and Cyber Cop, and yeah, they had really cool suits with loads of like weapons that plugged into them. They had that kind of real robot aesthetic, you know, and yeah, it's pretty fun. I need to go back and watch it now that I am an adult and I have the entire show at my disposal in decent quality. It has a fantastic soundtrack. I used a track from the soundtrack in my HoloLive audition because I needed some battle themes, and it has some amazing music. So amazing music. Some fun, yeah, you know, synth kind of stuff in there. Sounds very Mega Man. It's great. So yeah, so that's kind of my experience with third-party toku. I know that there's a lot of good Korean toku that looks real good.
Yeah.
But my problem,
a lot of third-party stuff is even at the level that things were 10 years ago, with toku being barely accessible. Like, third-party toku has not even hit that level yet. Like, they really, like, some of it is at this point, but it has really just not been very accessible. Even Ultraman is really, to an English audience, has only really been the past couple of years. So hopefully as that stuff becomes more accessible, and hopefully I find more time, because I would love to get into some third-party stuff.
Yeah, Bhima Satriya Garuda is the one Thunderbird is saying. Yeah, I want to check that one out. Bhima Satriya Garuda. I heard Marco Satsu has picked it up for years, and yeah, it looks real good. The suits look real good. For Bhima Satriya Garuda. Also, yeah, my thing with third-party toku is usually that, well, I mean, I will probably watch Cyber Cop sometime soon because I need to know if it's any good. But but aside from that, I have so much Toei toku that I need to watch that I want to watch, and Ultraman as well. And as I may have indicated, I'm the kind of person that I have fingers in too many pies.
Yeah.
Too many pies. There's too many pies. I put my fingers in them, and then you can't eat them. And then you're like, Maru, why do you do that? Well, welcome to my life. Welcome to my life.
Yeah, like I'm trying to find time for Showa, because that's really kind of the big gap at this point of things I haven't seen, is aside from Ultraman, because that's fairly recent, but anything before 2000 I've only seen like 4 Sentai. So I need all of the early Heisei Sentai, which thankfully is very accessible through Shout Factory now, which is nice. But then all of the Showa stuff, I'm just like, how and when? How and when?
Yeah, that's my thing with it, you know? It's just like, it's a matter of time, of having the time, being able to make it at all.
Yeah.
Gosh. Hey, Silver Blaze X, welcome.
Hey, Tavern. You welcome too.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, I might, I don't know how you feel about this, but I might need to dip soon because it's getting late and I need to have dinner, and Robot University restarts tomorrow morning.
That's fine.
So
I mean, like, if you want to wrap up, we can do that. This is usually about when I'm wrapping up too.
Yeah. That sounds good, because yeah, I need to make myself dinner, and then try to get an early night. So but I just wanted to say thank you so much for this. It you know, I was so nervous about this, and it kind of went by. We've been at this for 4 hours, and you know, honestly I could keep going if I didn't know that I have to get up early and I have to eat soon.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the time, I'd say we keep going, but we will definitely thank you so much for reaching out to me about this, doing this with me, having me on your stream, coming on mine. I would absolutely love to do this again. We will definitely have to do a birthday bash in March.
Definitely. And you know, and maybe even something before. Well, we'll talk about this. And people will find out. We're gonna do, you know, we're gonna see about what we're gonna do next. But this has been tremendously fun, just nerding out. Thank you, everybody. I just want to thank everybody from Sonomikan's community. What's your community called, by the way?
As you have your checksums, I have my Orange Blossoms.
Orange Blossoms, yes.
My little blossoms, who I love very much.
Thank you so much for the Orange Blossoms for coming, and I hope that you had a good time hanging out with me. And thank you to all the checksums for coming as well.
Yes,
And,
thank you all of the checksums who have become part of my community. Orange Blossoms, I absolutely go follow Maru if you have not already. We will definitely have another collab in the future. This was an
this was definitely
absolute
happening
blast.
again.
I had so much fun.
This was a total blast. Thank you so much. And do give Sonomikan senpai. Mikan senpai wa sugoi desu yo. Mikan senpai wa.
Maru,
Okay,
my
so
kohai.
yes, I am the adorable kohai. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna on my side I'm gonna put things on the end screen and I'm gonna mute myself and I'm gonna find someone to raid.
Yes,
But we can stay on the call for a minute.
Yes.
Yeah, we can stay on the call for a minute. So thank you everybody for coming over. Stay. Don't go anywhere if you want to raid. I'm gonna take us to the end screen and we're gonna see who we're gonna raid. But I'm gonna mute myself from now on just so I can privately talk to Mikan. And fight forever.
Yes.
Heroes
I'll
of
see
Hope.
you all so very, very soon.